This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Good afternoon everybody. Welcome to Djuma Private Game Reserve this afternoon. At the moment, we're looking at the beautiful knobthorn trees where we'll see little flowers about to come out there, and then that's a sign of the summer that is probably around the corner out of winter. So this is one we're going to be starting looking around for the animals this afternoon, and then in the meantime we'll see what we're going to find. So if you jump aboard to your very own live safari through the African bush. Good afternoon everybody again. So welcome to Djuma Private Game Reserve this afternoon. And then so we started to drive on the northern side of the camp just to try and investigate all of the alarm bark from these various different antelope. We're supposed to be maybe Ngala. My name's Andrew, on camera FBK this afternoon. So this is where we plan to take everybody to start search around. Galago Pen, it's ideal to search for what we're gonna find. So it's actually a very warm day, 30 degrees. That's actually warm for pretty much such as an elephant would be maybe arriving to watering hole to drink. So we're gonna just to see what is gonna be drinking there. At the meantime then, so remember everybody, we're coming to you live from different locations this afternoon. We would love to hear from you very much. If you then send your questions via hashtag WildEarth on Twitter, also on @FC on YouTube channel as well. And then also if you're under the age of 18, you can still send us an email on kidsquestions@wildearth.tv. And those of you who haven't been part of the show, then it's easy. You go register on WildEarth website, head over to the live safari page, and you start sending your pictures there, and then we'll be having them for you. It's actually very much dry, as you can see, a lot of pods. I'm gonna roll down to that pen and see if we can find anything. And then also, it's myself and Lauren here will be operating, so I have changed my mind. Lawrence is going to go maybe Chitwa. I'm going to maybe started to look around here, investigate all of this alarm call that we heard during the day. And then as well, Ngala with Dai will be probably joining us as well. Pride Land with Steve will be joining us as well. As to how we're going to be helping each other to find animals for everybody. Oh, there's elephant BK on my right. So I didn't have to go far away. Oh, it's amazing. This is what is always so important about game drive, looking for the animals. You would think they're not around, not even heard a sound. They're such a big animal. Kim commenting that it's such a warm day for the winter, 30 degrees. Yeah, it is actually. Today has rise up there. And then even the animals will be so surprised because they would be participating in watering hole, closer to watering hole. With the elephants, we're not far away from Galago Pen as I speak. I was about to go down there. So I think they maybe drink that elephant. Or maybe haven't yet. So we'll find out because you find if it's probably more of them. And then it's amazing because we're just stopping there, talking to everybody, they're not hearing any sound, not aware of being an elephant around in this area because it's very stationary. Looks like a one tusker there. So with elephants, if they're not actually breaking trees down, and that they can be very quiet, but breaking trees down, pushing each other, trumpet, such communication like that, they can then be heard from miles away. Pascal, so you commenting that elephant is so magical. Yes, they are very. And then, since we're just talking about how big they are and how silent they can be sometimes, and that actually there is in a shadow, not much of a shadow, but he's probably loving it also what he's eating in there. So then I cannot just move anywhere around. If it then is the food, also is a little shade. Probably gonna stick around there. They're so cool. They are magical elephants. Find them in a group, it's still the same. You won't actually get tired of loving them. This time of year, all grass is all dried out. And then there's still some nutritions where they still be eaten by various different animals in these grasses. There's some antelopes. They would go for such a pods, which is very dry out. So in the meantime, everybody, let's quickly have a look at the weather in our different locations.
Hello and welcome everybody on your African live bush safari. My name is Dyke Koza and Morgan on the camera behind me. So this afternoon we're going to be trying to look for those lions we saw this morning on a kudu carcass and see how much of the carcass is left. And this is a beautiful day, nice and warm, a bit of a breeze. Let's hope maybe some of those lions will be feeding now at the carcass, but it's a bit warm for them to be more active. They might just be lying around shades and wait for the sun to cool down a bit and then start to feed again. But I'm hoping maybe because there were cubs there, the cubs may be nibbling on the carcass every now and then. So we're hoping to find these lions a little bit active for us this afternoon. Yeah, otherwise, if not, we're just going to sit and wait for them, see if they can be a little bit more active, because it's a bit warm now for them to be up and feeding at the carcass. You never know, they may have not eaten much, all of them. Some of them may be feeding off that carcass when we get there. As you can see, we're going through the same way where the vehicles went through this morning. It's a bit difficult area to go into, but we're hoping these lions haven't finished the carcass and they'll be still in that area for us so that we can view them, and hoping they all out in the open because it's really nice to see all of them out in the open. Let's hope maybe both the two males have joined them, the two Ross males, because it's also nice to see lion pride with cubs, including the males, the females, all the family being there. And I had the white lions been seen not too far from the area, so they may have joined as well. It can be really even better if those white lions have joined this pride, because this Birmingham pride we're going to now is the pride where the white lions belongs to. So let's hope the white lions have joined the pride as well. So it will be very, very good for the whole pride to be together in this area, so we can view them nicely. As you can see, there's lots of nice guarri bushes where they can shelter after feeding off this carcass here, of which nice spot for them to go lie on the shades after eating. They don't have to go look for shade. Only thing they can try is to go look for water maybe after eating. Even for that, it's not like they have to every day, because these animals will get moisture from the blood when they're feeding. So they are here somewhere, of which this is the area where they've been seen. I think Morgan may have seen one to our right. We're just going to reverse and see if they still here. Oh yeah. Like I said, I'm not alone. I'm with Morgan on the camera, so he's pointing to the right. We're just going to maneuver and reposition and see if we can get to see these animals here. Let's just move slowly. As you can see, the grass is a bit long with the cubs being in the area. You just need to drive carefully, more especially these animals with full bellies. The cubs may be lying in this long grass. As I said, it's a bit difficult area to move into. It's going to take some time to get to the exact spot where the animals were this morning. Just bear with us. Don't go away from us. And then we're just trying to move into the last position. Oh, I see the remainings of that kudu. This is where I'm going to stop. Just bear with us. We're just going to look carefully. As you can see now, this is just the remainings of that kudu carcass that the lions had this morning. As you know, lions need a lot to eat, so kudu was not big enough for all the animals. As you can see, it's just the horns and part of the backbone or the vertebrae, maybe neck bones that are left. So everything has been eaten, but it looks like it hasn't been picked clean by vultures. So these lions can be still around here. Yeah, so we're just going to be around this area, see if we can find these lions again. As you can see, this hasn't been picked clean by vultures, so we're going to drive around and see if we can find these lions.
So we're still at our single male elephant is now getting closer to our vehicle. It's probably just gonna maybe cross right behind our vehicles, head straight north from here. He's just enjoying what he's eating there. Is that a type of a combrutum? A russet bush willow, that's what he was eating in there. It's quite a lot of these bushes around here. Sure. It's now on the other side, so we're going to try this disturb him, but he's still comfortable. And he's probably maybe heading into the direction of their other members. So I'm gonna roll forward. Looks like this one is going away from us. So I'm gonna roll slightly forward about. Sorry about the whole technical issue with Lauren there, but we still got this one single male elephant, and then we just discovered that he's got a one tusker that had happened during the maybe pushing trees or bull. They fight quite a lot, and that way they usually lost their tusker. And that it won't grow back sometimes because it's just a solid bone right away. Especially if it's broken like what we see there, it's actually broken right almost in side to that the top of the mouth. So he's gonna, maybe, I don't know, he's rubbing there himself, but he eventually is gonna come out to the right hand side there. During a daily basis, elephants, especially when it's hot, find it very difficult for them to, manage around here because they need to feed all day long. And every time they spend 1 hour not to do nothing, then they go hungry quite quickly. So maybe he's moving in the direction of the rest of the herd down there. Or maybe there are other males, because they usually don't really associate with girls. A lot of females this time. Especially if he's now looking like he's right there. He's probably above 25 years old, so he's pretty much a male. And they keep followed by a lot of birds, such as the drongos, and just because they benefit from insect. When the animals like these, such huge animals, when they're on the move, chance of them disturb quite a lot of insect. The bird will feed on those, and that's why birds love them. But they won't land on animal. They would just perch on branches on the ground. It's probably just stationary there. So the watering hole is probably on his right. And then we're never actually there yet because I wanted to stay with him, see maybe he's going to show us his friends around here. So I'm gonna probably try see if I can get in it closer. Oh, there's more BK there on the right. So there's quite a few of them here. It's another young male that's moving about there. So I'm gonna roll down just because we want to keep this. The usual way of elephants, when they eat, they have to spread around, give each other a chance, and that there is no conflict, there's no pushing one another. They're so quite big animals. With these young males, they still have to pay a lot of respect to the older males because they still need to learn how to get around. And that's where they'll learn from their oldest bulls. So everybody, I'm gonna keep trying, maybe see if we see more of this herd of elephants. In the meantime, let's go over to Lauren to say hello to everybody.
Good afternoon, everyone. Team Wendy are out on drive. We definitely haven't had as much luck as Andrew has already, but we have stopped by one of my favorite little water holes. I mean, the water is definitely reducing in volume, but it's still pretty full. My name is Lauren. I do have Davy on camera once again, and I'm sure you've been told already, but it is an incredibly hot afternoon. It almost feels summer-esque and very uncomfortable. So I can imagine some animals will be seeking water, some shade, and naturally the predators, I imagine, would be flat. But this waterhole, I really anticipated it completely drying out. I really did. And it's not. You can see just at the sort of shoreline, if you like, you can see how much water has been lost through elephants, other organisms, evaporation, no inflow. But there's still a substantial amount of water. And this is a little pond south of Twin Dams, where we used to have so much joy. All the weavers, it used to be so noisy you could barely even hear the presenter talk. Frogs, we've had some incredible bullfrog sightings here with all the tadpoles. Lots of birds. The bird life here. It still is good, but in summer it's incredible. And now look at the sort of hollow wasteland, weaver's nests. It's sad, but you always know that summer's coming back round again. Blink and it will be summer again. That's how fast time goes out here. But our plans for this afternoon are to check back up on Shasha. He crossed into Torchwood. So we're going to just scratch around and see if he's still around. He might be, he might not be, but it's definitely worth scratching around. We don't get to see Shasha too often. Delightful young leopard. Ready to bumble, Dav?
Let's do it.
Let's do it. At least if we move, we get a nice little breeze to keep us cool. Renee, the nests are strong, absolutely, but they have sort of weathered away. They do wear and tear and biodegrade, and before you know it, with all the rains that will come when summer comes, the onset of summer, they will most likely just break away, fall into the water, into nothing. But they are incredibly strong, and if you find one on the ground, they're woven so intricately, so tightly, that when you try to break it apart, it's almost impossible. These male weavers do such an incredible job. Okay, so we're going to head on to the Mulwanini and hopefully we get lucky with Shasha.
Founded in 1973, the Endangered Wildlife Trust has consistently and effectively worked towards achieving our conservation legacy. Contribute to this legacy by visiting EWT's Get Wild eShop and purchase products with a purpose.
We got there, he had probably moved a couple of 100 meters down the river and was about 10 meters from this causeway. So I radioed the lodge quickly and just asked them to bring a land cruiser around and some tow straps. So we thought we were going to try be heroes and save this giraffe. Now a big bull, probably over a ton. He's a big unit. Got the tow strap one side of the giraffe and managed to get it around him with the boat, and the other edge of the tow strap obviously back onto the bank. So we made this U around him because he was lying quite close to the bank. And yeah, we put that land cruiser in low range and we just gave it hell and pulled that giraffe, and the tow strap slipped up and we thought, oh no, it's going to slip off the top of it, and it caught on his Aussie cones at the top. And that last 10 meters pulled him out onto the bank, and he battled. He was obviously quite weak and all that.
Something very, very interesting. I didn't plan this, but this is a scene rarely seen. This is what we call a journey of giraffe. So beautiful.
Tune into WildEarth every single day. It's in your nature.
I got into wildlife filmmaking because of a passion for nature and a notion that I could make a difference. Helping others fall in love with nature brings meaning to what I do. It's also a lot of fun. A couple of times per week we receive some very heartfelt messages from viewers telling us about how WildEarth has made a difference in their life, whether it's helped them through a difficult period or simply helped them to reconnect with nature. I think that's why we do what we do.
Yeah, how cool is that? As I said earlier, when we found the remainings of what the lions have been feeding off this morning, which was a kudu bull. So even though it was not enough for all of them, at least they had something to eat. So they decided to move a little bit north from where they were feeding this morning. As you can see, they're lying cuddled on each other just because there's not enough shade for all of them. This is what these animals will do in the day. They'll sleep like that. That's why people always say lions are the laziest animals, but I don't think so. It's sort of like conserving energy, because they know once the sun goes down, as soon as they start to move, they'll be on the go the whole night, depending on where they are when they catch something. Otherwise, this time of the year, because it's cooler enough, they'll be trying until late mornings, even though they're known as nocturnal hunters. But these animals will try to hunt during the day, even though the chances are very slim because they can easily be seen by the prey. But they'll still go out and hunt and get successful every now and then. Watch them taking down buffalo in the morning or late mornings. Yeah, as you can see, you can hardly count how many there are on the shade there because they're lying close to each other, breathing quite hard, trying to regulate their body temperatures. It will be interesting what they're going to see, what they're going to do this afternoon as soon as it starts cooling down, because that kudu carcass was not enough for them. So they may try to hunt again, but even though they might not get something, but at least they had something to eat this morning. So it's not like they've been going for a few days without food, because these animals will try tonight, nothing happens, try the next day until something happens. And we generalize that hyenas are scavengers. These animals will do the same. I would say all the predators are opportunists besides the cheetah, because cheetah are in bottom line of food chain. You wonder, because cheetah happen to be the fastest, you think they can be top of the food chain, but no, lions are. Yeah, otherwise I've seen these animals, lions, scavenging from cheetah, from leopards, from hyenas. Lions will look out for vultures when they're lying like this. They'll look for vultures going down, and see vultures going down, they know there's food, so they'll quickly go over there and take over whatever is there. It's just like when we say male lions doesn't hunt. They do, but not as much as the females. I personally think because of the mane, they may know they can easily be exposed, but yeah, otherwise when they're with the pride, they'll let the females do the rest. But bringing something big down like a giraffe or a buffalo, they know it needs more power. That's when they move in and help. Yeah, sometimes the male lions are by themselves for 2-3 days patrolling the territory, see if there's no other males. Yeah, I agree with you 100%, Nazrin. Even for me, I'm so happy to see them being like this. If you've been following us or WildEarth for the last year until today, you may have seen the Birmingham male, of which he's one of 7. Him and his sister are the only 2 that survived mange. They were not looking as good as these animals look. So it's very nice to see them looking this good, because yeah, it shows that these females are very good hunters. Otherwise these cubs will look very thin and not in good condition. So it's really nice to see lions like this. Yeah, I was just saying earlier, yeah, male lions will hunt as well. Yeah, when they by themselves patrolling the territory to see if there's no other males coming in, he needs to eat. So I've seen a male lion taking down giraffe, buffalo by himself. Yeah, so we're gonna sit with these lions and see whether they're gonna move. While we're here, we'll go over to Steve in Prideland.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to a warm August afternoon here on Ikuchane Pridelands. My name is Steve, joined by Gat on camera, and we've got Evo looking after us this afternoon. And it is a wonderful day. It is a Friday. It is the end of the week for many. And today being Friday, considering I'm going to be out of here on Monday, we might decide to go and delve into some medicinal plants. So I asked my young gentleman over there, what should we do? And I gave him a number between 1 and 20. I've got a medicinal plant book with about 50 numbers in it, 1 to 20. He said number 3. So I went into number 3 in my medicinal plant book, and it was the tree wisteria, also known as the Van Wyks hout. And so we're going to try and find it this afternoon and break it down for you. We're going to show you how to identify it, what it looks like, what its uses are, human, animal, and all of that. But now, how do we find a tree out here? How do we know where to look? You need to firstly understand the habitat, and you can also look at certain books that give you a very good indication of where this tree might occur in the landscape. So here it is, Bolanthus speciosa. Apologies for my book. The damage, it got a bit wet, but occurs. You can see that this is basically the Kruger National Park from west to east. Okay, so we're in this section over here, sort of between the rocky area and the river, valley bottom. We're sort of here. Okay, so where would we find it? Valley bottom, close to the river, nowhere near the rocks, nowhere near the elevated areas. So it also occurs in seeplines, occurs on the mid-slope as you sort of go a little bit further west, but not on the crests, not in the rocky areas, and definitely on the gabbros, which we go further east, would be on the plains, the basalts on the plains as well, and the Eckert shales quite low down. But seeing as we're on the granite soil over here, valley bottoms close to the river. So we happen to find ourselves along this drainage system just south of Leopard Dam, or should I say just east of Leopard Dam. And so we're going to go for a little wander down here and see if in this river system here we'll be able to find this very nice tree. But we're sitting here underneath a fantastic tree. Melanie, Botany and Pridelands, well, I can't help myself sometimes. We are sitting on a magnificent specimen of the boer bean. I was taught recently by Aldine Mason on my last trail that I don't say the word boer properly. I'm supposed to say it with more of a boer bean accent. Many English people will say the name boer. That's how it is pronounced in all our textbooks and in all our learning. So the boer bean, meaning the farmer bean. And this is a very, very good tree, found very well associated with water on termite mounds and low down in the landscape as well. So a similar sort of environmental habitat as the tree wisteria we're going to be looking for, although this one is very well associated directly with water as well as with termite mounds. And you can actually see where I'm sitting, how this root system is coming out of this termite mound here, and probably was really pushing out into the ground around. A lot of it's been broken and damaged, probably from elephants, because the roots would have just been chocolate cake for them in the savannah, a form of moisture and nutrients, a constant form of moisture and nutrients. You noticed when we looked up how still green the leaves are. This tree is still very, very photosynthetic, still very busy growing, still very, very busy transferring soil nutrients into food for itself, which it then stores in the roots and in the plant parts. And well, elephants know that very, very well. So we're going to climb down from my throne, go and see if we can find you a speciosa. Ingrid, the largest trees generally are found low down due to the fact that the soil is deeper. And when the soil's deeper, it allows the roots to grow. You could grow a large tree in shallow soil, but it won't grow large. When I say large tree, this tree could be grown as a bonsai, as could any of the large growing trees that we have. But a tree needs to be able to spread as much space underground root-wise for canopy-wise. It can't have this huge canopy if its roots are minuscule. So down here in the low-lying areas, in the valley bottoms and in the river, we've got alluvial soil. It's often very deep, often has access to water and also lots of nutrients. So that is where it happens. So when a tree's growing like this green, it's got access to water and it's doing very, very well. So we're going to follow this little drainage system. We're going to go along this direction here, see if maybe we can find one of our Van Wyck's hout is the Afrikaans name, as we hear the cardinal woodpecker calling. It is a tree that will be green now. It will have leaves, and so we should find it quite easily. But while we move along, we're looking for a very nice Bolanthus speciosa. I'm going to send you back over to Andrew and Djuma.
So we just checking the boundary here, and Still no sign. That leopard track was seen this morning heading this way, and then it's probably cut off either to the east or to the west along that road. But you're just quickly checking the boundary here. If it happens, it came far north this way. So wherever he is, probably because of the temperature that has picked up a little bit higher, and all cat species, you would expect to find them in the shade. Those will be moving, then maybe less movement, but sooner they will be getting mobile because they're only gonna start to move around when it's cooler off, when sun is already set down. So this is the Beblisuk boundary, which is the northern boundaries, Djuma, and checking what it will be coming out of that into Djuma, also what is coming out of the Djuma into Bevelshoek. Check one of the watering hole here. See if there's anything would be around that watering hole. Mainly antelope species. They would be really love to drink this time of the day. Buffaloes also. Those are elephants, those are rhinos. They want to drink also at night. So it looks like impalas around this watering hole. So we got into this watering hole. What do we got here? Impalas coming, trying to drink about, but these also magnificent male kudu on the far end. So we're just gonna sit here looking at these antelope trying to drink here.
It's definitely that kind of afternoon for a waterhole watch. It's rather thirsty. Trees like this, able to absorb water throughout the year, allows them to grow a lot faster. Birds are making a lot of noise. I reckon there might be an owl hiding away who's been discovered. I'm not going to go over there because we were struggling with signal. And we don't want to chase the poor owl. He's clearly already been seen. There are marked babblers. Go away birds. Blackback, puffbacks, all in attendance.
These are very interesting animals. As you can see, the one lion is just grooming up a little bit. She was sitting up earlier on, sniffing through the air. Like I said, these animals sometimes will take over other predators' food. So she was sniffing through the air. We thought we were going to see her get up and move, but it doesn't look like that. She was just checking to see if she can pick up any scent of anything around the area. As you can see, one is just lying upside down on her back, paws up in the air, because it's so warm today. So these animals don't have sweat glands, so they can only sweat through their paws. Yeah, Charles, depending on how many other lions are there, because these animals sometimes can overlap each other's territory. For instance, the two Ross males that are the main males of this pride, they dominate the whole Ngala Reserve, which is about 14,000 hectares, because there's no other lions in the area. There are male lions, but young to be dominant. As soon as these guys grow up, and then maybe that territory will become a little bit smaller, but I'm not 100% sure. As you can see, the other one is rolled over again on the far side, lying on her back, as I said earlier on. They don't have sweat glands, so they can only sweat through their paws. That's trying to regulate her body temperature, but she doesn't realize she's lying in the sun. But as soon as she feels too hot, then she might move onto a shady spot because it's a bit warm. Today, as you can see, they're all lying down, so they might lie here until the sun goes down, but I'm definitely sure that as soon as the sun goes down and starts cooling down, you might see these animals get up and try to hunt again, because they don't look that full from what they had this morning. So the chances are they might try to hunt again. Sorry, Lena, I didn't get that. Can you come again with the question? Yes, Lene, like I said earlier on, that these animals don't have sweat gland. That's quite clever of you to know that, yes, it's trying to cool down. It's trying to regulate their body temperature. As you can see, the one in the middle there, the way she's breathing, because it's just so hot, and she's got one leg up on the air. Other one on the far side has got both hind legs up in the air for the same reason. So this is just trying to cool their body temperature. Yes, they do. As you You can see the one is just licking up, and then she might end up doing the same thing. You see this young one, the cub, that's got the paws on the lioness in the middle there, also up in the air. So these animals are doing that for the same reason. That's for cooling. As you can see, the grass is moving a bit there, so they're getting a bit of a breeze from the wind that's blowing, so that helps to cool their body temperatures. So they might get up, even try lie distance from each other, just give each other space, because it's a bit warm when they lying bundled together like that. So at normal, they'll just keep a distance away from each other and lie down. As you can see, there's two grooming each other, and there's a cub joining in the middle there, because the shade is not enough for all of them. I'm sure they'll end up realizing that the shade is not enough. They might go somewhere else. That's a young male, over a year old. It's joining the rest, just trying to do some natural bonding there, cleaning up. Yeah, we're just gonna sit and see, because it looks like there's bit life going there. You can see greetings from the cubs. That one might even try go suckle, even though it's too big for that, but they'll still try their luck. But the females won't allow them. That's when the females will get up, even though she's trying to regulate her body temperature. If you try to suckle from that female there, she might change position and lie on her belly, just to not allow him to drink anymore, because these animals, they start getting wind off. Like once they 2.5, 3 months, that's when they start getting wind off, because that's when they start eating meat. So slowly, they'll try to stop them from drinking milk from their mothers, because they eat meat. As you can see, they're all with the mothers now. They're not in the den anymore, because lions are known as denning animals. They'll stash their cubs, like look for a suitable dense bush along the banks of the rivers or dry rivers, and leave their cubs there when they're still small. They'll join the pride every now and then, hunt together, get something to eat, and go back to suckle the cubs until they're ready enough to be introduced to the pride. So she'll bring them up and introduce them to the pride. So that's when they start eating meat. It's really cute to see them for the first time coming to join the pride, because even the older ones get excited. As you can see, this one is moving away from the pride. She's possibly going to look for another shade. As I said, it's very tight where they are, because it's so many of them, and it's a bit warm today. So they need a bit of space to get enough breeze to cool themselves down. Might do the same one by one. See, that one is just grooming the female slowly. That little cub there, possibly sneaking his way to the tits to get some milk there, but I don't think she's got too much milk there. Yeah, so everyone, Paula, I think this is very nice and beautiful pride. As you can see, the condition of the lions, and then also seeing them together like this. Also my favorite as well, most especially when they're together, including the two white lions, which are some of those very rare lions out in the wild, of which this is the pride that you can see with those two white lions. Beautiful when you see them together out in the open, including the two white lions, because this will be 2 of 3 white lions that are known so far out in the wild, in the whole world. Because there are white lions in captivity, but as far as we know, it's only 3. The 2 are here, and 1 Singita, Lubombo, and Kruger. Yes, this is a beautiful pride. I love to see them out in the open all together, including the 2 rose males, which is very, very beautiful. And you can see the flies are bugging that one in the middle a little bit, so just trying to chase the flies away. This guy here, the second one, closest to us, is a young male, one of two that were born just first 2 weeks of April after lockdown. So they, over a year, as you can see, is just that one sniffing through the air. It's just started developing his mane. As you can see, that mane shows that he is a male cub from the two, and his sister is somewhere around here. So 2 young ones from one mother, and this was her first litter of cubs, and she only had the 2, of which for the first time she had 2, and they both survived, of which she did very well. The mother of that one I'm talking about is lying on top of another one, the young male there. He's the son of the sister of the Birmingham male, the 2 that I said they survived mange out of 7, and the 2 that survived from that litter. So he's one of 2 that's born from the Birmingham young male, which is nice to see that the mother survived the mange and she's still around. And now we see 2 of her cubs that are coming to like close to adulthood, of which we'll see what happens as well. He might join up with some of those cubs because there's quite a few young males amongst those cubs that you see walking around here, so it's not too old for them to join and move out of the pride when time comes. They might as well form a good coalition and go somewhere and take over the pride and establish their own territory, because that's what will happen with these animals. And yeah, so we're just gonna sit and hope that they get up and move for us. It will be nice to see them do that.
The Endangered Wildlife Trust fights at the forefront of conservation, across the vast karoo and sweeping grasslands, in remote pockets of forest, along road networks, across African skies, and in communities to conserve our wildlife and wild spaces. Help us to protect forever, together. Donate now at ewt.org.za.
The scribe here collected a dry grass, put it next to the water hole as the hippo walks down during the warm of the day to drink the water. When the hippo arrives, he saw quite a very nice grass, an area not to resist to rest. And when the hippo went down to drink the water, and when he finished the water, he just lied down on the grass. And then, that was the opportunity of the scribe. You know what? Today is my day to pay the revenge.
This is a battle of 2 great carnivores of the African wilderness. Whew. Whoa! You don't want to be under those jaws. Definitely, this round goes to the lion. Look at that. Fantastic.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
Delivering 6 hours of HD wildlife content live every day is no small feat. It's a massive team effort, and we all rely on one another. Cam ops have a bit of work to do in the morning, up nice and early, get all the checks out of the way, and make sure we're ready to go live. Helping others fall in love with nature brings meaning to what I do. It's also a lot of fun.
Welcome back, and welcome back to our botanical adventure here in Providence, where we continue to search for a tree wisteria. Now, when you're looking for trees, sometimes it's helpful to know what it looks like. First of all, the leaf structure and shape is very helpful, but some trees have a very characteristic design. And this is a picture of the tree wisteria. Got very sort of parallel stems that grow upwards, and then the very droopy leaves, very shiny green leaves that sort of hang down. You see, it's very droopy. Has a very characteristic sort of large mushroom or long mushroom style shape with a very dark sort of bark. So knowing the kind of area you're in, you can sort of see a shape and a design of a tree like that from a distance, and you can go check it out. And once we get there, we can maybe think, okay, well, let's have a look at the leaf structure. So closing the book, we look a little bit to the distance, and we feel like we might have spotted one. How does that look? Does that look about as right to you as it does to me? You know, there's not many trees out here that look like a tree wisteria. Let's go and have a closer look. Definitely has the shape, definitely has the sort of form that we're looking for. But to be certain, we need to go and have a look at the leaf structure. Now, the leaf structure of a tree wisteria is a once compounded leaf, which means that it is not a simple leaf. If you've never heard these terms before, it's not a problem, but it's once compounded with a terminal leaflet, which means that a couple of leaflets, and then there's one at the edge. So there's a couple of trees out here with that same design. We've got the marula, false marula. They've both got that same sort of shape to the leaf structure, but the leaves are very, very different. Tree wisteria in long, elliptical, nice and long, leaflets, and they're very, very shiny. So from here, tree wisteria is one of those trees in the landscape that really stands out nicely. There's a couple months in the year where it can be without leaf, especially in dry time. It's about June, July time, but the season has been good. The season has been very good, and so there's lots of moisture still, and so this tree has done well. So having a look at the bark, you'll see, and this is indeed a tree wisteria, the bark here is very brown, deeply grooved, and you can actually characterize it by that alone. If you just found the stem like that without the leaves hanging down, it would probably be an easy enough sort of feature to figure out the tree itself. But we've got some leaves, so when you have the option of leaves, go for it. But bear in mind that one leaf, you can't just go like this and pull that off, because that's not giving you a good enough idea of what's going on. We need to actually get a branch. So best thing to do is to get a leather man out, a knife of some sort, and to pull the branch down like this, and to get not just a leaf but the whole structure. Now in science there's always a little bit of damage that comes, but we are going to be harvesting this tree as well, and we cut it, and now what we get is we've got a whole stem with a number of elements to it. So if this is a simple leaf, we'd be able to see. If it's a compound leaf, we'd also be able to see. So what we're looking at here, there's the growth point right there called the axillary bud, and out the axillary bud we've actually got 3 leaves growing. So this entire thing over here is actually the leaf. That entire structure there is a leaf that has been divided once, and with a terminal leaflet. So a simple leaf, all of these little leaflets would be joined as one, and it would be quite easy to identify, but this one has been broken down. So that's one, and then it's divided once. If it was twice divided, these little leaflets would be broken up again. All of our acacias have that structure. So this is a compound leaf with a terminal leaflet, because it ends in a terminal leaflet. Nice and long. Let's have a look in our book to see how we're doing. Hopefully, I've still got the same page. Yes, we do. Okay. Here we can see, this is the leaf over here. These are drawings, so they're not always the most accurate with color. It looks about right to me. Tree wisteria in the summer months, in October, you'll get this beautiful violet flower. where the name speciosa comes from. Berlanthus speciosa. And anthos meaning flower. And Bolus herbarium. Harry Bolus was the founder of the Bolus herbarium. And so speciosa means very beautiful. Very beautiful, and it is indeed a very pretty tree. Very nice tree in the garden. If you ever wanted to grow in the garden, works really, really well. Doug, it is a South African tree. I'm sure if you got seeds, you'd probably be able to grow it anywhere. But it's a tree that occurs here in the Lowveld. If we have a look again at the book, you'll see where the green is. This is the sort of the up northeastern sections of South Africa. It doesn't occur elsewhere. It's a Lowveld, specifically Lowveld tree. It doesn't like frost. It doesn't like very cold conditions. But it would be a beautiful, attractive plant in the garden. It likes moist soil, as we've indicated here, low-lying, where there's lots of moisture. So we found it just next to the river. Well done. And we're going to harvest some of the leaves and some other parts of the plant and find some shade and then break it down for you into a nice medicinal brew. And while we do so, let's send you over to Lauren, who's made her way to Chitwa.
I'm actually nowhere near Chitwa in any way, shape or form. We're on the Chitwa mast, but we're actually on First Rock in Torchwood. And our signal's been a hit or miss at First Rock. But today, I think it's because it's winter, we're getting the most spectacular views. And really, we're very high up. It's a complete rocky terrain. We have showed it a few times before, but not regularly. This is the rock that gave Madheeps his name. First Rock was where Madheeps was always found once he sort of got mobile and he wasn't that tiny little cub anymore. He was still a cub, but not that tiny ball of fur. And he never left First Rock. So Aubrey, one of our amazing guides from Djuma, decided to call him Madheeps. And it means of the rock. Not on the rock, not rock. It means of the rock. So he is a leopard of the rock. And this is where it all started. It's absolutely stunning. It looks down into many drainage lines. And Tandy was here. She always had kills in these drainage lines. And we were just never really able to get signal. But isn't it just stunning? We've had a lioness. I had a Talamati lioness here once. Found Tandy here the other day. And Shasha's definitely come into the Mulwanini, but we couldn't pick any signs of him. We're not able to drive the full Mulwanini, I'm afraid. So I just thought it was worth coming. It's so beautiful up here. There's normally lots of lizards and reptiles that are just basking in the sun on the rock. And you can see for miles in all directions. It's really beautiful. We just thought we would show you this vantage point. But as we bumble around Torchwood, we are going to send you guys back across the dike.
Yeah, I'm sure most of you guys have been wondering, this is a beautiful pride, but where is the male? So we just moved around from where the rest of the pride is lying under the shade there, as I mentioned. It's too tight where they are, and they want some breeze. So here is the male, of which he just decided to go pick his own spot where he can lie down in peace. As you can see, those cubs, every now and then they're moving from one lioness to another. Even though it's a bit warm, those cubs, sometimes they're full of energy. They want to play, so the male wants to take a rest in the day because he knows he will be on the go the whole night. So the cubs sometimes will come over to him and they want to play, and they may possibly wake him up while he's trying to rest. So this is where he is. It is one of the two Ross males, which are the two main males of the Birmingham Pride, and the other one is not here. I heard he was seen quite far away from where they are. As I said, these animals can be alone for a few days, patrolling the territory, see if there's no other males intruding them. So that's what the brother is doing. So if he's wondering where they are, he might roar tonight, and that will be a contact call trying to check where the rest of the pride is. Maybe telling other lions as well, like this is my territory. So yeah, you never know. If we happen to be still around with this pride at sunset, if the other Ross male happen to roar from a distance, we might as well hear these lions roar. But they don't do it every day. It's just responding to other lions or just trying to communicate with whoever lion is in the area. So yeah, this guy is gonna lie here, as the males are very well known of trailing the pride. That's what he might do. Even if they start to move, he might just take his time and get up and follow the rest and catch up with them. If they find something to eat, he'll join and eat, or if they haven't, he might as well try to hunt with them, looking for something big, because these animals are so many of them together. So that's why they need something like a giraffe or a buffalo to feed them all. So if they get a giraffe, then they're cool enough to be full for 2, maybe 3 days. Yeah, otherwise impala or kudu won't last that long, so they might need something really big to feed the whole pride. As you can see here, it's not all of them together. Even for that, they still need much, because this is like 17 or 18 animals in here, so it's quite a lot. Yeah, he's just lying peacefully there and hoping that the cubs doesn't come to him. As you can see, he's taking his time. He knows the sun is going to go down. If he decides to go and join his brother, he's going to leave the pride. We'll look for them tomorrow, unless his brother decides to come over here and join up with them. Or else if he decides to go over and join his brother, he might do that, and then they'll patrol territory together. So that's what they'll do mostly in summer during the rain, because that sand got washed away. So after the rains, these animals will be patrolling the territory. They hardly with the pride, because they have to scent mark and renew the territory, because the scent get washed away by the rain. That's when you tend to see male lions moving a lot until late mornings in summer, because they know if they don't do that, they might be intruded by other male lions. Because if lions from a different pride or big male lions from different territories will come across each other, they might fight till death, because these animals have a very big competition amongst themselves. That's why when the cubs are born, male cubs, as soon as they get to the age of 2.5, 3 years, that's when they start showing a sign of dominance, and they get pushed out by pride male, go off on their own. Maybe so they'll get chased by their pride male, go off on their own as nomads, and then at the nomadic stage, that's when they have to do most of their hunting until they're 5, 6 years. That's when they can go look for their territory or defeat other males and take over from them and form their new pride. So if they want to come back, they may come back and challenge the father and fight him off, take over the pride. On the other hand, a new male is a threat to the pride when they have cubs less than a year old, because he'll try kill all the cubs. For two reasons, he doesn't want any competition. The main reason is the females have to look after those cubs until 2.5, 3 years. That's when they can hunt properly for themselves. And as soon as he's taken over the pride, he have to wait that long before mating with the females. But once the cubs have been killed, then the females will come on to hit within the next couple of days, and then he can mate and have his own cubs. You may wonder why only the males have this mane. If you look there, they have this mane also on the elbows, but you can't see the mane on their elbows because he's lying like that. But when he's walking, then you'll be able to see them. That serves the purpose because sometimes when they fight, these guys will do a stand fight. They will stand with their hind legs and go for each other's head. So that protects their heads when they fight against other males, because it's a serious fight. I've seen lions fighting till death. Someone will think, do they cannibalize? Yes, they do. Seen male lion eating another lion. And then they do cannibalize, but animals have to be really hungry to do that. So, yeah, I've seen that happen before.
Here, hoping to come across anything. It seems to be quiet, and then we checked already a few watering hole. The wind is picking up, so hopefully that is going to be cooled off soon, so that animal will be free, move around again. Gonna BK, is that a giraffe? Anyway, left there. Looks like it. Ish. Okay, yeah. Looks like we got a male giraffe way in the distance there. Only thing that we notice that's a giraffe because it's easy. It's quite a lot of trees, but they're thin branches. But then you know there's something that moving around with a long neck, which is a male giraffe. Only easy to tell from this far is that their horn is bald on top, so it's like a white patch there. And that's how you would tell the difference between female and a male giraffe. So the giraffe, actually they're one of these animals, they're not territorial. And then they would move around free, joined up with a lot of different group. And they're all just gonna move off, especially male. They move through so many group of females just to check their status for reproduction there. A fully grown giraffe can be around 5 to 6 meters tall. Bull mainly will reach to that far up, where females are less in terms of height. a dry season, which is a winter, you don't see many of greenish bushes through there, and giraffes still loving being in this type of tree line where it's a lot of tamboti trees there would be about, and those drainage line system. Giraffe would feed on these tamboti trees, which is a lightly toxic tree, but they love him so much and they don't get infected by any of these toxics at all. Notice these ears are palely white for the easy visual when they're far from a distance, far from one another. They were able to see one another. That's the only way they would communicate. Visual communication, that's it's best for a giraffe. So it doesn't look like a journey to me. It looks like it's only one at the moment. Could be more because it's very covered down there. And they don't always have to be together when they feed. They rather spread around a little bit, maybe 500 meters, 700 meters far apart from one another. So, Megan, you're commenting saying that giraffe has always been your favorite. You don't go wrong really with the giraffe. I also love them so much. You're very right. They're so gorgeous. They're so beautiful. And with that, they always remain in group, sometimes not in a group. And they still find a way of survive by just self-defense, which they kick, especially with the fully growing. They're capable of defend themselves very well in that. And that kick is very strong. Would it penetrate lion's skull if there's a chance? And that's how they defend themselves. So they can run also when there's a chance of them run, but they're kind of very vulnerable when they run because that's where lions find axes to go run them down, especially when they cross some of the reserve where there is a lot of paved road, so also rocky sections. They can slippery down and the lions get onto them. So we're on one of the main road again. It's a busy road, as you can see the dust. And then we have lost visual of our giraffe. So we're still gonna check one of the small watering hole down there, see what we find.
It's day 1 of the annual South African Guide of the Year competition. And our first foot into this competition this morning is all about tracks and signs.
We're going to call you in one at a time. Just look at it, the information will be there.
Our 5 guides have been tasked by the judges at figuring out who is what is who, and where they go in the bush.
It's either Franklin or guinea fowl, but because of the volume of other deposits in the area, we went with guinea fowl.
Detailing the surrounding that you need to look out for tracks. The details is very important.
Looks like it's a very difficult climb because every time it tries to climb, the ground is breaking, so it slides down. But it's the only one. Look at that. That is the calm of desperation with a cub. It's like, what are you doing, mommy? Oops. Oof.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
We're just watching this lilac-breasted roller look for food. It's been a while since I've stopped for a roller. Guilty as charged. Birds this magnificent should absolutely be appreciated at all times. And they mainly eat insects. And many of you sort of ask, where do all the insects go in winter? It's a very good question. During the sort of developmental stage of the life cycle of many insects, most insects, there may be periods of dormancy. And there's 2 different types of dormancy, if you like. You do have diapause, and this is a form of dormancy that usually sort of coincides with physiological changes. Did you catch something there? You did. I think it's ants. I'm not sure. The physiological changes necessary for the progression of one stage of the life cycle to the next, if you like. So, for example, from egg to pupal, there can be a period of dormancy. We're talking about insects here. They all have different life stages. And in southern Africa, not just South Africa, but southern Africa, including sort of Namibia and Mozambique, possibly even Zambia, most of the insects actually take their diapause, if you like, during the winter months. So it's the winter diapause for insects. I guess it's like hibernation, but hibernation is usually a term that's used for mammals. And this is because the cold, harsh, dry winter conditions are completely unfavorable for insect survival. So therefore, some of the insects, depending on the species, will take a diapause, and it's literally just a pause in their life cycle, and they'll go completely dormant. They wait for the rains. A lot of insects come to the end of their life cycle by winter. They've got short lives. So the eggs, or possibly the pupal stages, will be waiting, but the adults will die. They will die off once winter comes along. And in regions of Africa, possibly where the summers are extremely hot and dry, diapause may also occur then as well, because it's really water that's essential for life. Not so much the temperatures, but also water. We're going back to the branch again. What a lovely little sighting. We're going to keep searching around. I'm going to send you guys back over to Steve.
Welcome back, everyone. It sounds like something is on the boil here at Leopard Dam. Are you on the right show? Yes, indeed. We are here with our tree wisteria. I'm boiling some water. The purpose for that is to take this bark, and I'm going to throw the bark into the pot. Now, first of all, I don't actually have roots because I don't want to harvest the roots. Sustainability means I'm going to rather do the bark than the roots. There's a lot of similarity between the roots and the bark, so we're just going to throw some bark in here and make a decoction. Now, decoctions take about 8 minutes, so let's just get this in there. Welcome to the cooking channel. We are going to be enjoying some flavors in a few moments once we get all of this in the pot. And just give a little stir. Already the color is changing, already going green. It's quite interesting. Okay, and I'm going to put it on. Now, a decoction basically means 8 to 10 minutes of boiling to get the active ingredients out. What I've also got is some leaves, and I'm going to make a decoction out of them. I've already started so as to save some time, and we'll show you what that looks like in a little bit. Oh, in a little bit. Now, the decoction essentially is reduces the water goes down. So it's normally about 2/3 water, 1 part product. You want that to reduce down so that it gets a really nice sort of coloration. And then what I've also got is some of the inner bark. The inner bark, which we're going to chew. And of course, here is the wood. Okay, now we're going to quickly send you over to Lauren.
Look at this, everyone. Another incredible sighting of a honey badger. Oh, it's definitely not as incredible as the one the other day, but it's daylight. And it's bouncing, and it's trotting, and it's walking. Winter is a really good time for honey badger sightings. Would you look at this? Mellivora, the devourer of the honey in the Cape. That's what their Latin name stands for. I can't believe this. I think that may be it, I'm afraid. But let's just see. I have to keep my radio up here. Don't ask. If you're shocked that we've been seeing a lot, I know, we've had the most really interesting honey badger sightings. And it is a case of winter really delivering those sightings. I think that honey badger is long gone. What do you think, Dove? He was trotting. He was on a mission. Is that a log or a honey badger? That's a log that looks very much like a honey badger, to be fair. Oh, wow. That's like a lot of nocturnal animals, if you think of when we used to broadcast from Tswalu. In winter, they do shift. There's daily sort of changes in their activity patterns. And that's very, very normal. And it's due to sort of seasonal change and temperature change. So you will find a lot of the nocturnal species you can see a lot easier in winter. Just like in Tswalu, you can get fantastic pangolin and aardvark sightings during the day in winter because it's cold enough. But in the summer, it's very, very rare to see them in winter. You'll only really see them in the night in summer. If you want to go looking for these animals, you have to go looking for them at night. I think it's long gone, I'm afraid. But I'm not complaining. It was wonderful to see one. I wonder if we should just take this road and check. I think we might. Okay, I think I'm just going to take this road to see if we can see the honey badger again, and I believe Mr. Falconbridge is brewing up a storm.
Yes, I am indeed honey badger. What a way to go. Honey badgers all around. I'd love a honey badger to come running in right now. I'm just going to monitor the temperature. We don't want to overboil. It happens when you have temperatures too hot. You just want to slowly extract that goodness out of the bark, or in the case, would normally be the roots. But the bark itself can be chewed, the inner bark. Normally this should be dried and chewed to help with abdominal pain. And disorders. It's actually quite nice. Peach, normally a decoction is 8 to 10 minutes boiling water. You'll notice the color changing and the liquid's going to reduce. Obviously, if it reduces too much, you lose all the liquid. So you don't want it to overboil, because then you lose all the liquid, and then you're going to burn your pot. So just watch the water levels. If need be, you can always just top it up a little bit. Let's just have a little look-see. It's going good. It's brewing nicely inside. Still lots of liquids. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just swap out this pot with this one, because I've got two pots boiling at the same time. And this is the leaf brew over here that was boiling lovely a moment before. And you can see the color changing already. Okay, let's put the lid back on there. Keep that going nicely. Now, Vanwykshout, this wood, Afrikaans name is called Vanwykshout, is highly sought after for timber. It can be used for making axe handles, furniture, ox wagons, the yokes in the ox wagons. Very, very hard wood. Although it grows in pretty wet conditions, it's got a very nice, easily worked wood, but quite hard. And bearing in mind, when harvesting any medicinal plants, try to be as sustainable as possible. This branch was snapped by an elephant, and so I harvested that branch off to access the bark. The most sustainable parts of a plant to harvest is the fruit, then the flower, then the leaf, and then the bark, and the roots being the last part of the plant you can harvest sustainably. So be very careful in doing so. So I always try and be as sustainable as possible. It's very, very important. So very nice wood. I'm going to dry this one out, see what it does. It is already dry, quite dry, but it did have a little bit of green bark on the outside, which I felt bad about. But even though it was broken, part of it was still slightly alive. I only knew when I started cutting into it. Okay, so I'm going to put that down. We need to wait a few moments for this brew to boil up and do its thing. But while we wait, I'm sure we can pour out already. There we have the brew. Oh, look at that. Megan loves these kind of segments. This is the bark, everybody. Look at that coloration. Woof. I use my little sieve to catch all the goodies. There's quite a few goodies there. Coloration test. Now that is well extracted. Tim, I don't know much about cinnamon. I don't think this is related to cinnamon, but it's very hot. I'm going to have to wait before I can drink that, unless I grab a little bit of water from my bag. Somewhere in the depths, there's a bit of cold water. Now, medicinal plants, everybody, if you do happen to have prescription medication from a doctor, I'm just diluting it a little bit, from a doctor who says use these pills, use this, that's your prescription, by all means keep doing what your doctor says, because we don't want you to go and suddenly say Steve said and go off all of your medication. By all means, be careful out there, but by all means be willing to delve into medicine in the wilderness. The wilderness is full of medicine. It's full of wonders. And I think we are ready for our green tea as well. Okay. So we're just going to pour that in there, and then we'll see you again shortly.
So we sitting here into this very small watering hole, but watching the hamara kop, the bird, doing its hunt over a fish. Probably not much of a fish out here. Maybe these plantana type of frogs. The coarse fish. If there's a fish, then probably this one of a catfish, but they're small. Because it's very shelly here. It's very nothing much, no water here. But it will be great for antelope, birds to drink. I wouldn't say it's enough for the herd of elephants to drink in this one. For a mud bath, it will be just perfect. It's definitely something in the water. Bird, they're very clever, this type of bird. They feed on type of different frogs and fishes, so they don't make mistake. Once they sit around, definitely something must be in that water there. So hammer kop, they're quite an easy bird to identify. They don't have many of colors, and they're very silent when they're solitary. But they only make such a calls when there is maybe more than one. So we're gonna probably do continually of driving around.
Well, here we have it. Our coloration test of the infusion, or should I say the decoction of the leaf, decoction of the bark. You can see a disparity in the colors there. But generally for softer parts of plants, infusions work quite well. So a tea, everybody. Normally you have tea at home, you boil the kettle and you throw hot water into your teacup. That is an infusion. If you boiled it for a long period of time with harder products like cinnamon and you're making like a chai, you boil that a little bit longer and then you can get all that goodness out. So that's what you'd call a decoction. It all depends on the product and how hard it might be. So now we're going to start with our first one. I put cold water already in the bark. That's still quite warm, but I'll put more cold water in. Okay, we don't want to kill ourselves, but essentially what the leaf decoction is for bile emesis. Now, those of you who've ever been really sick, you've had flu or food poisoning, really stomach flu, when you throw everything up and you get that sort of feeling, that burnt acidic sort of feeling on the back of the throat because there's nothing more to come out and you get that really uncomfortable feeling. This is for soothing that. So I haven't thrown up today, but I should be, not yet anyway, I should be fine. That is actually very nice. Very nice. Would you like to try some, Gert?
Yeah.
Gert is very keen. I'm going to have some more. So, all about the stomach. I'm going to watch the facial expressions. He likes it. He likes it. Anybody? Would you like a little bit of my home brew? Okay, so now the root, although this is not root, we used bark decoction here. Remember this nice coloration over there. You see much more extract has come out of the product, and this can be used, and I suppose in different types of degrees, as an emetic if it was the root. So an emetic is something that will help you to vomit. So the leaf can help you to soothe the vomiting that you've gone through, and the root bark can help you to vomit. we're going to do it anyway. Oh, hello. Looks like we've got some friends coming down. You think they want to try some mimetic? I'm not sure. They want to try. But we shall try it. Now, let's be careful. Oh, that is taut. Linda, that one's not great. Gert, do you want to try this one?
No, thanks.
He doesn't want to try this one. That one is a lot more bitter, a lot more full of medicine. So that one is for abdominal pains and to help you. Maybe you've eaten something that doesn't agree with you and you just want to get that out. This is the way forward. So that's so interesting that the leaf is to help with over vomiting and the soothing of the bile emesis. Looks like the baboons are thirsty. They're not concerned with us at all. The bile emesis. The dried bark in a bark, which I'm enjoying right now, is to alleviate or relieve stomach pain, stomach disorders, cramp. It's really working. And the roots, the decoction of the roots is to help you get out that unwanted, I don't know, whatever it is you ate that just wasn't, you know, you went out that night and you had chicken at that one place and you just start feeling that stomach condition. Rather to get it out than to let it get into the digestive system, and then you are in real trouble. I didn't get the name there, but detoxing the bush way, 100% the bush way. And I wonder if these baboons have ever tried to detox. Nasir, thank you for that. Detoxing the bush way. Indeed it is. Come hang out with me, Nasir, and I'll teach you lots and lots of ways of sorting out that body. Obviously, you will have to sign a couple of paperwork forms beforehand, but it is all about enjoying what's out here. And my reasons for doing all these medicinal chats and these medicinal sort of talks is to bring back sort of cultural and traditional uses of plants that have been historically used in these areas for a very long time. Stuff that's going to be lost, if not repeated, stuff that is written down in places, but is anybody really using it? We're very quick to just switch to a pill, very quick to, we've got a headache or Tommy's not feeling well, to switch to some sort of medication. Wherever there's an ailment in the world, a disease, a virus, there is a plant in the landscape that gives you the healing property for that. So thank you for joining us on this Medicinal Friday. Let's send you over to Dark and see what he's up to.
Yeah, we're just quickly checking the last position where those sub-adults of the Birmingham Pride were last seen this morning, but seems like animals have moved, which this is the sort of area they were last seen, unless they've moved from one shade to another. We're just gonna have a look around here and see if we can have any luck. Otherwise, if they're not here, we'll just leave the area and maybe drive around and see what else we can find and wait for the sun to cool down a bit, and then we can try and make our way back to the Pride and see if we can get to see them move. It will be really nice though if we can find these lions and spend a bit of time with them as well and wait for the sun to go down and go back to the rest of the Pride. You never know, they might as well move and join up together, go to hunt together, because they seems to be not far from each other. So this is the area where they were last seen this morning. So we haven't Yeah, we haven't had any luck, so we're just going to drive around here, see if we can have any luck. While we're trying to find these lines, we're going to go over to Lauren. So if we don't have any luck, we'll leave the area.
We have arrived to Tswalu Dam. We just had the most unbelievable views of a fish eagle. Sadly, it has flown off, so we're just going to position ourselves in the shade. Ah, that's nice. Feel that, Darby. And then we're just going to take a little look at Tswalu Dam. My favorite of all the dams in the area. We had cha-cha, that's not right, sha-sha on the eastern side of Tswalu Dam this morning. He took the exact same pathway that Marib's took only about a month ago. And we did scratch around for him, but I think it was just a little bit too early. It's summer heat today. It's very uncomfortable. So now that it's slowly starting to cool down, it's 4:30 here in South Africa, almost. We'll begin our search once again for Shasha. And apparently both Marib's and Tandy were seen on Badger Road the other day, which is quite far north in Torchwood. It's northwest. So I think they've just moved up a little bit further into Torchwood on the northern side, which is rather unfortunate for us due to all the lion activity that's been happening down here. Mike, you love the peaceful scenes, I know. Well, hello, Fish Eagle. It was far nicer when you were much closer to us. But that's okay, we can still see you. There was a wonderful martial eagle at Gowrie Dam this morning, sitting on top of that jackleberry. Couldn't believe my eyes. Love the martial eagles. But birds really, especially raptors, they just don't enjoy the vehicle getting too close to the tree that they're perched in. Some do, some don't, but little Batilda, that's also how we know it's always her. One, you can recognize the stage in her development, or his development, but really he or she is so habituated to the vehicle, just very accepting that the vehicle is there, and that's another sort of indicator that it's definitely Batilda. I love the sounds around this dam. I'm sure we'll get a hippo snort sooner or later. The wind has picked up again, which is good because that will cool animals down to get them mobile again. Most species will have adjusted for winter climate, winter temperatures. And that's why when you get a really, really hot day, they'll think, oh, phew, this is too hot. And just to wrap up on what I was saying about insects earlier, about the diapause, because it is really fascinating. Many people ask, but where are the insects? And really they are either dead or they are dormant. They're in a phase of their life cycle where they're dormant. Hello, Mr. Hippo. And diapause is really, at the end of the day, genetically determined. And it's under hormonal control. And it's normally set off by an environmental signal. I'm always talking about environmental cues. Just like the impala rutting season. It's just a whole domino effect of cues. And that's the same for the sort of diapause that comes about in insects. And that environmental signal is almost the same as the impalas. It's the shorter day length, the change in day length that correlates with season. So it's not going to be on the exact same day every day, but that change in day length is actually an environmental signal to a lot of organisms out here. Even the hippo here. Yes, you. He doesn't maybe change his behavior or his activity, but there'll be an awareness of the seasonal change on some level, because it does affect almost every organism, whether it's really, really small or really, really large. So for insects, it's normally the change in day length. But other triggers for insects can be temperature, food, even food quality, moisture in the air, which obviously disappears coming into winter and reappears in summer. pH, depending on if you live in the soil or if you're aquatic, and various different chemicals. And this pause, diapause, can actually last from a number of days to months on end. But it can only be terminated. You can only end the pause the pause, no, I'm joking, end the pause when the correct signal is received again to the insect. They need to receive some sort of signal that tells them it's time to end the diapause. It's time to go into the next stage. It's time to come out of dormancy and be active again. It's all about signals. They're all signaling to each other out here. Environmentally, chemically, through audio. And that's how insects know at diapause. There's also another form of dormancy in insects, but it's not as interesting, and this is quiescence. And this is a form of dormancy, but it's a result of really unfavorable weather conditions. So some insects can actually completely arrest their development when the conditions become completely unsuitable. So there's different stages of sort of pausing and dormancy, and that's why we're not seeing insects right now. That's why really we don't spend time stopping for them. We look for the bigger things, like Mr. Hippo here.
The Wildlife and Environment Society of South Africa, WESA, encourages people to care for the earth. Through innovative projects, they aim to reverse the serious issues that we face in the world today. One of these projects is Green Coast, a proudly South African award for sensitive and well-managed coastal sites. This sustainability project protects our national coastlines while providing unemployed youth with a love for their environment and a hope for the future. WESA is a membership and volunteer-supported organisation. Every supporter is helping to change the only earth we have. Visit our website to see how you can help care for our earth.
And I turned to Shaun and I saw that she had this panicked look on her face. Either she was afraid that something had happened or she was afraid that she was going to miss out on something. But instead of her missing out on those lions, we drove up next to them and I switched off the car so that she could hear what was going on. Now, these lions had killed a kudu, and she could hear these two cubs, both 8 months old at the time, busy pushing and shoving each other out the way to get to the best parts of the meat. And the mom was lying just to the side in the shade. Now, I'd known that before losing her sight, Shaun probably knew what a lion looked like. But I really wanted her to know what this lion looked like. So for the first time in my guiding career, I started to describe to someone what a lion looked like. And I found that, I started to notice things in that lion that I'd never seen before.
Okay, there's another big male coming in from our left here. Another big male, look at this. This is the one. Now you're going to see sparks fly, guys. Guys, it doesn't get better than this, eh? Yes. Unbelievable. Africa, I love you, eh?
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
Oh, Duffy, look at this. Sorry, everyone, I just spotted this massive catwalk that's happening behind us. Can you see that? Wow, fashionistas. It's literally extending the whole length of the dam. The Impala catwalk, although don't say cat in front of the Impala. The Mala walk. Isn't that lovely? Chitwa Dam Wall. The great migration of the Impala across Chitwa Dam Wall. They clearly have somewhere to go. But that's just really lovely. Megan, you're seeing the Impala model runway, absolutely. And they work it good. I could never be that elegant. It's literally not ending. It goes right back to the sort of other side. Chitwa Dam, it's nice to park in the shade, I'm not gonna lie, it's nice to take a break and literally just listen. King Quaid, you're saying this was actually a first for you to see an Impala runway full of all these models. Yes, me too. I wonder how many have just gone across, they're still coming. It's really lovely. We sometimes often look past Impala. But these guys are the ones with the answers. And you know, we very often think that predators have got the upper hand, but that's not always the case. We hear alarm calls day in, day out, and Impala do spot the predator, they do spot the threat, and they do alarm call. They do stand their ground, okay, maybe not so much with dogs, but we have seen Impala run into water bodies to get away from dogs. And that's obviously not the right decision at the end of the day, but they have also got the upper hand sometimes. They do make it incredibly difficult for cheetah, leopard, lion. The minute a leopard gets spotted, they give up. So they're not always the underdog or the under-Impala. And I think too many people often think of them as prey, where actually they are Impala, black-footed antelope, whatever you want to call them. And they're amazing in their own right. They do happen to be the favorite food of many of the predators, but they're still Impala. And they clearly know how to work a runway better than most of us. Jackson, you're asking... Jackson, that hippo just answered your question. Did you understand? Jackson, you're asking, do hippos sweat? Not in the way that we would think of sweating. When we're jogging or running or doing exercise, we obviously produce sweat. Not in such a way. Hippos are a bit unique in that if they are exposed to heat, excess heat, in a hot summer's day, they do secrete a really viscous, sort of oily red fluid. And it's not really from sweat glands, it's more from sort of mucus glands. And it's called hipposudoric acid, but it acts as a sunscreen or a sun sort of lotion that protects the skin from drying out. It also keeps the skin very moist. It prevents dehydration as well. So I guess sweat is there to help us cool down. I guess this would be the hippo equivalent. And hippo skin can get so dry, it's so sensitive that it can actually just completely crack and dry out. And in times of drought, you'll find hippos really tightly packed together in muddy pools to just remain hydrated. And naturally, this leads to a great deal of conflict. But the hipposudoric acid is actually made up of two pigments. One's red, and that's the one they do term hipposudoric acid, but the other one's orange. And naturally, when they mix together, it creates red. And the second chemical they call norhipposudoric acid. And both these sort of chemicals are actually colorless. But the pigment inside them polymerizes when it touches air, when it's released from the skin, and it turns red. And it's basically just the hippo's natural skincare product. Protects it from the sun, locks in moisture, and also discourages the growth of bacteria. So it keeps the hippo's skin really, really healthy, because they are notorious for being in dirty water bodies. I mean, they're quite literally swimming in their own defecation. Not such a lovely thought. And they're often renowned for fighting and causing injuries. And it's basically a good antibiotic. It's a really fascinating chemical when you sort of start to research it. It also has antibacterial properties to help them heal from these injuries that you do see hippos with. They're terrible fighters, but they're always fighting. So that's the answer to your question, Jackson. Not sweat the way we do, but they do secrete fluid that helps protect their skin and prevent water loss. You're just watching us, aren't you? Yeah, that was a big yawn. They're starting to get a little bit vocal now. They're really remarkable animals, just keeping themselves buoyed up and resting during the day, using the water body to do so. And again, it's for many reasons. In the cold, to keep them warm, in the warm, to cool them down, and to prevent their skin from drying out because it is so sensitive. And their bodies are so heavy. It'll be energetically costly to keep themselves buoyed up on land all the time. So in that regard, they just go in the water. You know what it's like in water, you just float. Or some of us float. Those with a higher body fat percentage will actually float. Those with a lower body fat percentage will actually sink. Females generally tend to float better than males because we do have a higher body fat percentage across the board. And males sink because they're mostly muscular. That's a massive generalization across body shapes, but you know where I'm going with that. Victor, they do hear and see incredibly well above water. Underwater, not so much. Hearing, no. Sound doesn't really work like that when in a liquid medium. Not for hippos at least. And I imagine they'll be able to open their eyes and they'll have blurry vision. But really it's above the water that they need to be able to see, hear and smell incredibly well, all which they can. Oh, the buffalo weavers are here. Gonna be nice and noisy, aren't you guys? This seems to be the hippo spot. They all love to lie here. I don't know why. This is where we had the hippo croc party the other day. And now you've realized you're on camera. Isn't the sounds of the weavers just delightful? Well, we're going to bumble around Chitwa now. It's getting cooler and hopefully get lucky.
So we want to bumble around here. We're trying to follow up on some lion tracks were seen around here. Probably this morning. They walked last night, I think. And then we came to check it out. This morning we actually tried to follow these tracks, but had no luck. But we came back now, so I think it's a few of the vehicles that are moving around about in this area, checking around. Wherever they are, maybe just lay down. But they will be probably getting up once the sun's gone down. Sure, they would be really wanting to go drink later on. So we're still gonna drive this road down to that drainage line system, see what's going on.
Yeah, just down the road, saw some wild dogs. Seems to have disappeared. Unfortunately, there's another vehicle in the area, and we'll try and see if we can find them again. It will be really interesting because animals are on the move, so let's hope we don't lose them. It will be really nice because the sun's about to go down, and this is the sort of time when these animals are going to try to hunt. As you can see, they're going down the road. Yeah. So let's hope we'll find a way to circle around and see if we can relocate on this animal that are busy moving, trying to move away from us. Yeah, like wild dogs are very interesting animals. As soon as they start to move, it's not easy to follow them. Yeah, we're gonna try our best and see if we can find these animals again, because it's getting a bit thicker here. So I'm just trying to loop around and see if I can cut them off the front and find them before they disappear. Like I said, these animals are not easy to keep up with them. Once they start to move, I'm hoping to find a gap here soon. Yeah, just bear with me again, and hoping they'll be somewhere around just in front of us in a few minutes. Oy. Because yeah, these animals move really fast, unfortunately. I can see them just in front of us. Lucky enough, we just happened to relocate them. Here we go. This is 3 males, as you can see, moving. I'm sure they're going to try catch something before the sun goes down, because they hunt during the day. So this is trying to use the last day or light of the day and catch something before it's dark. Yeah, even though they're known as day hunters, these animals at full moon up in the sky may still try to go and hunt and get successful. So is lions and leopards, even though they're known as day animals. Sorry, nights will hunt during the day. That's the other way around. Yeah, so we're gonna see how these animals do. Let's hope they get successful. This is just a part of a pack, I think, that's known to be denning not far from us. Unfortunately, this year they're not denning in the reserve. Normally they'll be denning here, but with so many lawns scattered everywhere in the reserve, we were unfortunate. When we last saw these animals, the alpha female was heavily pregnant. We thought they were going to den in the reserve, but we didn't have that luck of having them denning here. And yeah, who knows? As soon as the pups grow up enough to start yes, even for me, I don't remember when last I saw these animals. That's why I got so excited, as you saw. Last when I drove through that thicket where they went through, I thought we have lost them, we won't find them again. But I'm so happy we find them again. So it will be really interesting to see if they can spot something and start to hunt, because these animals move so fast. I'm hoping we don't lose them on the chase and catch them while they hunt and catch something, because these animals, unlike the lions or leopards, which will take the young to where the food is, they'll eat and come back home and regurgitate the food for the young ones. But lions will bring their cubs to where the food is, as well as leopards who take the kill up a tree and bring their young to come and eat. Hyenas will have to carry food all the way back home. So these guys are very interesting. I think the puppies still suckle from the mother because she's not with them. Then she'll rely on these guys to go off and hunt, and she'll wait for them to come back, and they'll come and feed her until the pups start eating the meat. And then the beta male will leave the pack. By the time the pups start eating meat, and then she joins the pack and she'll take over from him, because it's only those two animals that will lead the pack, the alpha female and the beta male. They're the two that are responsible to lead the pack at all time, unless they're denning once you have pups. And then that's when she'll stay back home, and then the rest will just go hunt and feed her until start eating meat, and then she'll join and take over the lead from him, which is very fascinating. They're very social animals. Unlike the lions that work together, and once the kill has been made, it's every animal for itself. These animals will share. They'll even call each other. When one happened to get lucky by himself and kill something, he'll call the others, and it's like, guys, food over here. But lions will work together as a team, but once the kill has been made, it's like every animal for itself. So it's quite nice animals, because they work together as a team, and then once they're killed, and then again they'll share the food. They look after each other. I've seen pack of wild dogs with 10 puppies. The one pup was badly injured, was limping so bad, and they couldn't leave it on its own until its last day. So that was very sad to watch him hopping along with the pack. Every single day when we come across them, first thing we'll look for was to see whether he was still alive, but unfortunately didn't make it. So it's very interesting though to see how these animals operate, unlike most of the predators that will work together, like the lions, hyenas, work together as a team, but once the kill has been made, try to call each other when they've killed something, and then that's when they'll know. That's why you see their ears are up, trying to listen for the prey species. As you can see, we're about to go down this riverbed. There will be small antelopes like the duiker that feed off the leaves of this green beautiful trees along this dry riverbed. So that's what they're trying to listen to, see if they can hear anything. As you can see, they're standing dead still, looking side to side, ears up in the air. And then once they hear something, you'll watch them start stalking, and all of a sudden they take off, of which that's the exciting moment, to see them run, even though you don't know how long you're going to keep up with them. Every now and then, it's just the fact that now the sun is about to set. But if it was in the morning, you would notice one or two hooded vultures flying above these animals because they know wild dogs are the most successful hunters. Definitely something is going to happen when they start to hunt, and those hooded vultures will fly above them, land, follow them from tree to tree until something happens, and then once they've killed something, and then they'll eat and leave the rest. So the vultures are going to go down and finish whatever is left. As you know, vultures are known as coming back and clean up like real scavengers. So they'll wait for these dogs to finish. So they've gone down into the riverbed now. So we're just going to try and follow them. Let's hope these wild dogs hunt, and then we might see them hunting and catch something. We may be able to watch them hunt. All right, I also wish them luck. I'm just going to keep on following and see what happens.
The Endangered Wildlife Trust fights at the forefront of conservation, across the vast karoo and sweeping grasslands, in remote pockets of forest, along road networks, across African skies, and in communities to conserve our wildlife and wild spaces. Help us to protect forever, together. Donate now at ewt.org.za.
Here at the Advanced Rifle Handling Challenge, which is actually lots of challenges in one to gauge the contestants' skills at different distances and different speeds. This is probably the challenge that the contestants are the most nervous about. So let's get them locked and loaded. Competitors are now doing the Haley's Hop, where they have to run back and forth to a target, turn, take aim, and shoot. And this simulates a chase in a real environment and gets the heart pumping and the blood pressure up. James gave us a demonstration, and the skill involved in this exercise is remarkable.
I've seen something I've never seen here before. Look at these cubs. One is crossing the river. It's being washed away, unfortunately, but I'm sure the mother is going to save her. Look at that. How beautiful. Look at that. One crossing, two to go. How cool is this?
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
The bushwalk feed allows the camera person some creative license. This is my favorite style of shooting. You have to be mentally and physically prepared. You're shooting handheld in some very strange and contorted positions, always with a straight back, often in the squat position, low to the ground. The creativity comes down to the relationship and sync you have with your presenter. The more you understand each other, the more you'll be able to tell the story seamlessly.
Welcome back to Pridelands, and welcome to the favourite part of many people's day, the sunset. Special time to sit. Very nice opportunity to reflect and go within. Consider the week you have left behind. The successes, the failures, achievements that you have done. And look to the weekend of rest and family time. Unless you work weekends, the opposite might be true. when reflecting, it's always important to have an awareness of what comes up. Are you happy with what you achieved or not? If you are, well done. If not, what can you do to rectify it? Amela, you like the reflection. Well, it's a great time for reflection, great time to look within while looking without. I'm quite proud of some brothers that I'm connected with that joined me on the men's trail in May. I've had this initiative to start a men's podcast, and today at 11 we recorded our first men's podcast, Wake Up Man, so look out, it will be published soon. A forum for sharing, discussing openly, obviously not exclusively for men. Insights from women are most valuable, most important, but I do find that brothers are looking for places to connect, places to chat and to relate with their brotherhood. Well, it seems like Lauren has had some success. Let's go back over to her.
Oh, look what we found, everyone. Everybody has been looking for him. We've got teams on Torchwood looking for him and teams on Chitwa, and we've literally just bumped into him. And I want to give you some context. Davi's going to show you a termite mound, and some of you will recognize it. This is the termite mound where Tandi, Tlalamba and Madibs had their drama, shall we say. There was an impala carcass, and that tree on the right there was the one that Tlalamba used to hoist. So you can see all of these species are using similar areas constantly, moving in and out of each other's space. I mean, Shasha's not territorial. Madibs is not territorial. But we're just constantly moving similar areas. I'm still convinced Madibs is on Torchwood. But I think he's just at the north of Torchwood, and Shasha's now down the south of Torchwood. But we finally found him. It's been a day's work. But we got him. And he's sitting on the fire break. I sometimes think this burned soil is actually really sort of pleasant to lie on. Shasha, 2 days in a row, we're lucky. And he doesn't often come into the north, so 2 drives in a row, sorry, did I say days? And the sort of people in the north don't really get to see him too often, so they're very excited. He doesn't really cross Gowrie Main. And probably thinks, why do all these people get very excited? But you can see that neck's looking much thicker than I saw. Shasha had a fantastic sighting with them a few months ago up a tree on Chitwa. He made a kill. And even since then, it's a handful of months, he's getting bigger, he's developing. You haven't seen a leopard in a few months, especially a young one, you do immediately see change. And life is about to change for him. I don't think he's ready for dispersal just yet. He's a bit too young, but really it does depend on the individual. That's the path, at least, eventually dispersal. Then going very nomadic, and then setting up your territory, finding your domain. And look at Hosanna. My goodness. He set up a territory and he is absolutely thriving. He is pushing. He is one of the most dominant males in his area. He's huge. Pushing other males out. But Shasha's got all that in front of him. Be interesting to see if he still interacts with Langa now. I don't know. I've only had a handful of sightings with Langa. I see Shasha far more. I don't know if they interact now. Somebody's very sleepy. And I knew it. When I searched around earlier, it was too early, it was too hot. I did realize that. He would have been flat cat. We're really lucky with the amount of leopards that we get to see on Djuma and on Chitwa. Chitwa is a property that's on the sort of eastern channel in the south of us. It isn't really on our network, but we're so lucky to get to traverse there. And that opens our horizons to see a lot more leopards. I wonder, I think he'll cross back into Chitwa. I mean, we're in that Mulwanini side. I think he will cross back in, but that's okay. He's on the Torchwood for now. Nazreen, you're saying blessed to see him. I know. I was almost going to give up. I thought, okay, it's 5 o'clock. We've been round and round and round. All the roads on Chitwa, been in the Mulwanini, on the northern side, on the southern side, and our search was not going too well. I was about to give up, but we got him. And I just can't look at this term. I'm the same after that sighting I had with Tandi, Tlalamba and Madibs. My goodness. I will never forget that. I'll also never forget the day Tlalamba walloped him. I am still convinced to this day that he stole her kill, though. It's unknown. It happened during the night, so it's unknown. When we arrived, Shasha was on it, but we arrived to him approaching it, and just his behaviour and body language told me that this is not his kill. And he stumbled across it and has, well, it's his lucky day. Okay, we're going to sit tight here with Shasha, and we're going to send you guys over to Ngala.
Yeah, we're still behind this pack members, still going through this vegetation here. As you can see, they haven't got successful. So we're just gonna follow them and see how long we're gonna keep up with them. As you can see, they're moving quite steadily, as I mentioned earlier. They're trying to use this last light of the day to try and see if they can catch something before it's dark. Because they know, like now, hyenas are gonna start to move. And it's just the 3 of them, of which if maybe 3 or 4 hyenas come over and come across them while they're busy feeding, the chances are they'll lose the carcass to hyenas. So that's why they're trying to catch something before it's late. So we're just trying to look around this bush here, see if we can watch them coming towards us. I'm hoping I'm doing the right thing here because it's thick where they're going through. We might not be able to see them, so I'm just hoping we're going to come out in this open section here and hope they come straight towards us. So yeah, it will be really nice to watch these animals hunt in this open here. Looks like they stopped somewhere. And also because there's not enough water here, that's why there's not a lot of antelope species. Yeah, seems like they're going to our right. It's going to be difficult, as I said earlier, to follow these animals while they're hunting. They just move wherever they want to. You can't predict where they're going to come out, so we're just trying our best. Let's hope we find them again. Yeah, like I've said, it's getting dense here, so yeah, we've been so lucky to keep up with them until now. We could have easily lost them a long way away, because as soon as they start chasing something, that's it. So I'm hoping to find them again. Yeah, it's also an exciting time even for me, because I haven't seen these animals for quite some time, so I'm hoping to find them through the section where I'm going through.
Wild dogs are never easy to stay with. Thankfully the sun doesn't move as fast as wild dogs, although moves incredibly fast. We're blessed this afternoon with not 1 but 2 suns.
We just had the most amazing sighting of a hyena. I think it's going to come back. I don't know who it was. Wasn't in the belly. I just walked right past him. And he almost got ready to stalk. He almost got ready to pounce. He almost got ready to jump on the hyena. But then at last minute clearly decided, I'm actually not going to do this, and completely bailed. I think it might have been Kai Cow, but I'm not 100% sure. So now he's just hiding. He's using that log, the safety of the log. Nasty hyena, huh? That's what he's thinking. It's the first hyena I've seen in a long time, that's for sure. And I'm not winning on the hyena front, I'm afraid. Kumar, you're asking how fast do leopards run when they're going after their prey. It does depend, but they generally tend to run between around 50 kilometers per hour when they're really going after their prey, when they're sort of launching out of the stalk, the ambush. Because the whole point of a leopard is to stalk, is to ambush, is to stay hidden and then launch an attack. They normally wouldn't attack, generally speaking, if the prey is more than 10 meters away. They've got to close that gap. They've got to keep that gap small and then launch. But they can run anywhere between 50 to 60 kilometers per hour. But they can't sustain it. They've not got the endurance of wild dogs or cheetahs. So short bursts of speed, just like lions, really. And at the end of the day, then they'll have to sort of stop running. A leopard isn't built for speed. Cheetahs are, but not leopards. Leopards need that ambush, that element of surprise. I don't think that hyena's coming back, which is rather unfortunate. Our Djuma clan are just too sporadic now, the sightings. Which saddens me greatly, but of course I knew this was going to happen. Once they're not really den bound, or once the den is not accessible to us, we do lose touch with them a little bit. Leopards on a kill, lions on a kill, that's really the best time that you will see hyenas, I'm afraid. Some of you may not want to see them, but I definitely do. Everybody knows I'm looking for them. I got a message the other day saying, have you found your hyenas yet? No, I haven't. Charlotte, you're saying you miss the hyena den visits. I know, me too. Every cameraman that jumped on board with me, because we swap, we keep it spicy, we keep it fresh. We always swap cameramen to make it fair. And every cameraman that jumps on board with me knows where we're going. I don't even need to tell them. They're like, hyena den? Yes, hyena den. I would spend hours upon hours there. It was the best. And that was lockdown. Reeves and Gwazi and Shambulu, they were the lockdown babies. And they brought so much joy. They still do. We just don't see them. And sadly, little Shambulu didn't make it. But I really did know this day was coming, and I was prepared for it. that if you find the leopard, normally you can guarantee a hyena will not be too far behind. They follow the leopards in hope that it leads to food, and if it doesn't, then they just walk away. Find their own food. May as well check in with the leopards first, right? ZK or ZK, you're asking, could Shasha be bigger than Tavangumi? I don't think so. There's quite an age difference there. And just from being with Tavangumi the other day, it wasn't the best sightings because he was flat in the grass, and being with Shasha, I don't think so. Tavangumi's bigger. Tavangumi's actually a very big male. His tracks are also quite substantial. They're nothing on Tingana. I mean, Tingana's tracks are huge. But Tavangumi is a big male. When he's territorial, I think he's going to be huge. Everyone thinks that Tavangumi is the most handsome leopard around. Oh, Shasha, this is not the best view. I don't want to put my engine on just yet. I want to see what he's going to do. Can you get his head, Dobby, or do you need me to reverse? Oh, look at that. You gotta love the sticks. Those well-positioned sticks. Okay, I'm just gonna reverse a little bit. That's a little bit better. He's really enjoying this log. He's got such a masculine little face, I think, Shasha. Such a little boy face. I mentioned this the other day, but just in case any of you missed it, Mulwati's scat has been collected. Not been analysed yet. I don't even know if it's been shipped off yet, but the point is it's been collected. Can you believe it? So that's going to answer a lot of questions around here. Because we've got Marib's scat, but you're only going to be able to genetically say it's not Tingana's or it's not any of the males that you have the scat of. You can't possibly say, oh, Marib's is actually Mulwati's son when you don't have Mulwati's scat. You can only say it's not Tingana's and it's not quarantines, etc., etc. That's going to answer a lot of questions when it finally gets analysed. Pamela, you're saying, what a stunner. I know. Oh, look at him, look at his pink nose. He looks like Saburi. You got your mama's looks. You did, and that's a good thing. I've had some really wonderful sightings with Shasha. I've been very lucky. He's listening and looking at everything. He's also very habituated. A really easygoing young male. Are you looking at us now? You're gonna make me shy, Shasha. Quite similar in behaviour to my Reeves. Everything catches her attention, my goodness. Every bird, every noise, every insect. That fades in time once a male gets older. They're not quite as curious as the youngsters are, that's for sure. He's also still sleepy. Look how big those ears are on his face. They don't really look like they fit you. Ooh. I really hope he stays on the Torchwood side for a while. Once he heads south in the Mulwanini, the situation changes slightly. Many of you are saying you're taking screenshots. Screenshot away. I've been taking photos when I'm not live. Screenshot away. Because he's that gorgeous. And really, if you do have any screenshots of Sabui, or you can pop onto her Facebook page, because all the leopards out here have Facebook pages, you'll be able to see how much he looks like his mom, and you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. He really is a double of Sabui. Oh, here we go. I didn't think this was going to last long. And if you do those comparisons, post them for us. Post Shasha's little comparison with his mama. He's going to do exactly what Mareebs does and walks right in front of the vehicle. Hello. Are we going to sit on another log? Oh, he is. He likes logs. He's really into his logs. Okay, hopefully we're going to be able to keep up with Mr. Shasha a little bit longer.
We got there, he had probably moved a couple of 100 meters down the river and was about 10 meters from this causeway. So I radioed the lodge quickly and just asked them to bring a land cruiser around and some tow straps. So we thought we were going to try be heroes and save this giraffe. And now a big bull, probably over a ton. He's a big unit. Got the tow strap one side of the giraffe and managed to get it around him with the boat, and the other edge of the tow strap obviously back onto the bank. So we made this U around him because he was lying quite close to the bank. And yeah, we put that Land Cruiser in low range and we just gave it hell and pulled that giraffe, and the tow strap slipped up and we thought, oh no, it's going to slip off the top of the head, and it caught on his ossicones at the top. And that last 10 meters pulled him out onto the bank, and he battled. He was obviously quite weak and all that.
You are cheeky. That was a brave decision. Amber Eyes is... Oh. That is so magic. That was absolutely wonderful. Amber Eyes just gave that cub an enormous hug.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
Yeah, sorry guys, unfortunately we've lost those dogs. We couldn't keep up with them, and then yeah, so as you saw how excited I was hoping that something's gonna happen there, but unfortunately things didn't go our way. So we'll try, see if we can find them tomorrow again and see whether they got successful or not. because that sort of area where they move into is quite thick and a bit rocky, so we were unable to keep up with them. What we're going to do, we're going to try head back and try see if we can catch up with those lions before they start to move, because it starts cooling down. It's nice and cool now. It's cooled down more than it was for the last hours, so these lions must start to move. So I'm hoping to get there before they leave the area, because same thing might happen. If those lions have moved, it's going to be hard for us to know where they are, especially now it's getting dark. So let's try see if we can get there before they decide to move from the position, last position area. So while we're on our way, we're going to go over to Djuma and see what Andrew can surprise us with.
So we're still on search around here. We haven't actually come lucky with finding lions. In the last tracks that the guys have followed through the bush, they went lost in the middle of the bush there. And all we do, we're just gonna do the roads here, check. Well, now it's getting cooler. They might maybe stood up for us and then move into one of those roads. So wherever they are, we're probably just laying flat. Sometimes lion can lie down for a lot of hours, and they can still do that when even it's dark. But I don't feel like when I get up and move, then they would just remain lying flat. So I go sometimes, I stop because there's a male there, the duck male with them. And I believe it's not all of them in a pride, so there's a chance they may communicate. And the reason I stop is just because of the audio that I want to listen to. I'm not sure how long they've been apart from the other pride. Maybe they all feel like missing out because the other pride also doing their things. Probably hunting or maybe killed something. While these one are far from that. So the one gonna feed in that. So I'm gonna carry on search. In the meantime, let's go over across to Lauren there with Shasha.
We're back with Shasha. He did cross into the Chitwa side. Come exactly where we had him this morning, but on the other side of the embankment. On the western side. He was on the eastern side this morning. He's really not gone far. He went into Torchwood, he had a sleep, and he's coming back again. But let's just wait and see. Ah, he's popping out of just here. Leopards just love this drainage line. I love it too. Davi and I drove it many times today looking for them, and it's a really wonderful drainage line in Mulwanini. It's smaller, it's narrower than the Mulwati. I think he's popped down. Oh no. Shasha, why are you being such a busy bee? And it really is that time. It's getting chilly. I'm going to put my fleece on soon. Losing light. It's not quite sunset time, but we're getting there. It's perfect time. This is why we really do look for predators. You get up just like that. Okay, now let's see if we can just go forward before we lose them entirely. Wendy needs a bit of TLC. She needs to go to our wizard, whose name is Opa. Got him. Okay, we've still got him. He's going to pop out very shortly. Wouldn't it be good if he actually sort of hunted and made a kill? It's been a while since we've had a leopard on a kill. I'm just going to pull up here. Got another view. There we go. Watching, listening, figuring out what's there. Look at the tail, twitcheroo. It's one of the things I love about leopards. I think most species, but it's particularly obvious in leopards, is the way they just stop to analyze their environment. They don't really ever rush. They always stop, look, listen, smell. And he's not being lazy here, he's figuring it out. If there's anything delicious around here to eat. And how can he get to them? You see that sandy patch just in front of him? That's the Molwanini. Sky, you're saying these are stunning views of this cat. Oh, I know. Oh, see, Sky, he looked round just for you. It helps when he's a stunning cat, but I guess Darby's not doing too bad a job. Well done, Dove. Just like the dawn chorus, you also get the dusk chorus. When birds are making those last calls to say, I'm still here, I'm going down for the night, but this is still my territory. And he's also just listening to all the birds around him as well. Leopard lover. You're asking, what does it feel like to be that close to a leopard? You know, leopard lover, I've been here almost 3 years and I've seen a lot of leopards and I've had a lot of leopard sightings. I've been incredibly lucky. And I'm very grateful for that. And I never get tired of that feeling. We actually found Shasha tonight. We just happened to be in the right place at the right time. We knew he was in the area. And... oh, the hyena. There's a hyena. Mm-hmm. That's what Shasha's watching. Uh-huh. Has two hyenas we've seen from Chitwa. And leopard lover, I never get used to that feeling of just seeing a leopard. And especially when they come so close to your vehicle, your heart stops, but not in fear. I know Shasha's not going to do anything. I know he's habituated. I know I'm safe. But just that heart-stopping moment when you're seeing such a remarkable being that also shares this planet with you, and they're probably better at everything compared to you. They're just this incredible living thing that's so foreign, but yet so familiar. I don't know if that makes sense. But it's incredible. And I don't want to ever get used to it. I don't want to take that for granted. I think once you start to say, just a leopard, then you're in trouble. It's special. And of course, they are endangered on some level. We need to protect them, so to be that close to them, pretty special. Okay, we have got a vehicle in the way, as you can see. I'm not entirely sure we can give you a view right now, but we are going to try and follow them for as long as we can. But that's 2 hyenas. They're all on Chitwa. I'm convinced of it.
Yeah, as we lost those wild dogs, we've decided we're going to try, see if we can catch up with those lions before they start to move. It was exciting to see them earlier on, but it will be even better now to catch them while they start to move, because I'm hoping they still be there. Watch them stretching, grooming, and then yawning, sign of them getting up and start to move. So that's what we're going to do now. We're going to be moving back exactly in that same spot where we left those lions earlier on, and I'm hoping that we'll find them moving and then follow them and see what they'll be up to. As you notice, some of them have eaten, some of them didn't get much, so they might plan to hunt. As you saw, there's also quite a few cubs with them there that they might need to get something to feed those cubs, because they need to grow very fast to survive. So that's what those lions are going to do this afternoon, because now the sun has gone down. This is the time for them. They start to move. So I'm going to go through here. This is exactly the same place where we went through earlier on to get to where they are. So we're moving into the area, so we'll be with those animals or in the area where we left them earlier on. But there's still a bit of a light for us. Even if they've moved, we might be able to follow them. That's why I'm trying to get there before it gets even more dark, because it will be really difficult to follow and find these animals. I'm hoping they haven't left that area. And soon we'll get to where they are, and then we'll know if they're still there. If not, we still have a bit of a light, but we can try and follow and find them. Let's hope they're still in that same area, so we can sit with them and watch them start to move and follow them and see what they're going to do.
So everybody, we're still on bumbling around here, but not only myself, 3 other vehicles also doing the same, and then it's not yet. We haven't found these lions or any sign of the audio. I have been stopping to try and listen, see if maybe they would make sound for us so we know where they are, but they haven't. But we'll keep doing that. Would be the only way to find them is to know where they are, or come across them on a road when they're about to get to move. relying on a spotlight as well, because it's getting dark a little bit. So we'll be searching through the spotlight. So if we find anything, you probably will know, because animals' eye reflects back to all of these animals, so you know, or we know exactly which animals we're looking for, what their eyes color are like, especially nocturnal animals. So, which animals tracks that confuses me the most? Just gonna try to think about that then. You know, these squirrels and there's mongoose, small birds, those are the one. But the bigger animals, antelope species, cats, wild dogs, and the others, no. They're quite easy to tell. But for these rats and of mongoose, these are all these squirrels, yes, sorry. These are the one. You gotta understand, you gotta spend time, you know, until you found out, or you're looking at the squirrels' tracks. But also the monitor lizard and the rock monitor lizard, that can also confuse you, knowing exactly that water monitor lizard in size is bigger compared to the rock. But if you only see the tracks, you may get a little confused until you look at carefully. Until then, that's where you would say which one you're looking at or you're tracking it. But in a time where I started to track, and since I was not too sure whether I can track or not, my only problem was, you know, making difference from hippo tracks and the rhino tracks. And then until I learned enough that there's a difference with the hippo and the rhino. Hippos have 4 toes, and the rhino there's 3 toes. So, and then from there, I separated them, knowing which one is which. So cats, tracks, lions, leopard. Easy to tell which one. Cannot tell which exactly one you're tracking, but you already know there's a male leopard in the area. Unless if you know that male is only males in the area, then you can also determine that would it be a Tingana, for example, or it would be a tortoise pan male that is around. But if you have so many males, seeing a male leopard tracks, then you won't tell which one is which until you find it. But unless if there's a unique on their footprint where it makes you to recognize which one is that. Could be maybe a cut on their toes, that can make it a lot easier for you. So it's also about the same with the lines. Unless if the whole pride that you know, there are 9 in the pride, maybe 9 lioness. You may sometimes figure out where they're trekking on the 9th pride if you look at their tracks. All suit the number of a 9. The reason B is that these animals are territorial, but their territory overlap. So that doesn't mean that animals that stick with their own territory, they won't jump somebody else's territory that would overlap. So we're going to carry on down to the treehouse dam.
Educating our youth about the environmental threats we face is critical. Our future depends on it. The Wildlife and Environment Society of South Africa, WESA, is actively leading the charge. Their goal is to encourage children to fall in love with our natural world and to empower them to live sustainably in the future. Through their school programs, the children learn to report on environmental issues through videos, articles and photos.
The YRE program has changed my life in so many beneficial ways. Being out there at the workshops, I was entitled to talk with others, socialize, as well as my writing skills and leadership skills have improved, so it has been great.
WESA is a membership-based organization. By joining WESA, you will be helping to provide valuable support for these youth education initiatives.
The scrap here collected a dry grass, put it next to the water hole as the hippo walks down during the warm of the day to drink the water. When the hippo arrives, he saw quite a very nice grass, an area not to resist to rest. And when the hippo went down to drink the water, and when finished the water, he just lied down on the grass. And then, that was the opportunity of the scrappy. You know what? Today is my day to pay the revenge.
Oh, it's going to be in trouble now. Oh, this is unbelievable stuff. Here comes a hippo in too. Go, Impala. There's a hippo coming in. I can't believe what we're seeing here. This is what we'd normally see in East Africa. It's all over. Hippo leaping at the crocodile now. Everything's gone underwater.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth Daily.
Yeah, we just got to the area where those lions were earlier on this afternoon, and they have moved. So I saw tracks of one animal heading in this direction. So we're just checking down this road, hoping they will be crossing the road somewhere in this area where we are now, and maybe hear them roar, because it's a bit dark now. There was some animals missing there, including the one roast male. He's not with the pride. He might roar and try and make contact call with them, or else hear some impalas, maybe kudu, wildebeest alarm calling in the area. That will be a sign to tell us where those animals can be. But they definitely headed in this direction, so we're hoping that we'll come across them crossing the road somewhere, as I said earlier, it might be a bit difficult to see the tracks and see where the animals have headed. It seems to have moved earlier than we thought. So this is the direction where this animal's headed. So we're just gonna keep searching this area, see if we can have any luck, because it seems like the way they moved a bit earlier, so they might be definitely trying to go to hunt. And yeah, I'm hoping that they will be somewhere not far from where we are. So yeah, we're hoping. Looks like something on the road. Just gonna carry on down and see what's on the road. But yeah, definitely there's a lion on the road. Like I said earlier, wow, here we go. Right time, right place. As you can see, these animals are lying in the road, one of them, and there'll be more animals in the area. As I said, they headed in this direction, so I was hoping that they'll be crossing the road soon, and definitely did find them on the road. As you can see, they're showing interest on something. They may have had something before we get to this area, as you see how that one is positioned herself. This is what these animals will do when they've had or spotted something. They'll position themselves. Maybe one or two have already circled around if there's something in the area that we don't know, because we just got here. We don't know what these animals are interested in. We're just going to sit here and watch these animals and see what they do. If happens, some of them have already circled around. When time comes, depending on how many animals are not here, when time comes, we'll hear them. Others that have circled around, they might flush whatever prey is in this block here in the direction where that one is facing. The chase might go on. If these animals get lucky, we might hear them catching something. So it will be really exciting. It's very interesting now, because earlier on we just saw them lying flat, rolling up and down, paws up in the air. So you see the difference, how cool it is now. So as you can see, she's lying on her belly, so she's not worried about getting some breeze to regulate her body temperature as well as energy, because they've been sleeping the whole day. So this is the beginning of that day, of which the day will be long, long, long. Even though it's going to be night for us, these animals will be hunting the whole night until something happens. If they don't get successful, they might try until late morning tomorrow. It will be very interesting for us to come and check around this area or the direction where they're facing. If they haven't come across anything, we'll find the tracks and follow them and see whether they got lucky or not. It will be really nice to find them feeding tomorrow on something really big that we can watch them eat, including those cubs, because it's very fascinating when you see the pride feeding together with the cubs, growling even though there's war, because we'll be growling and smacking each other on the face. That's why you see lions sometimes with lots of scars on their faces, because it's not just fighting physically, it's just like smacking each other on the face, like get out of my way. So they end up hitting each other so bad without noticing. So these animals, as I said earlier, it's really interesting the way she's sitting, and others have positioned themselves in different spots. But once they get successful, it will be every animal for itself, because they don't know whether they're going to get something to eat or not. So every animal will try, tuck in and get a piece to get her going another day or two. So that's why you will hear this oh growling against each other. So it's trying to get some food. And the cubs are very interesting, because they'll do the same thing as the adults. Amazing how they learn to leave the the way adults live from this very young age. They might be lying somewhere in the long grass, watching what the parents do. This is a very difficult situation for these animals, more especially when they have cubs, because these cubs are not in the den anymore, so they're at the stage of following the adults hunt. See, there's another one moving in. Oh, there's another one again. See how they blend in. So that's why if you look there, you can see the black behind the ears as that one turns, because they blend in so well with the color of grass. Even myself, I could hardly see that one. But if you look behind the ears as well as the black tip of the tail, this is the following mechanism. It's like a device. That's how the cubs see the parents or the adults when they're walking through long grass, because they blend in so well with the color of the grass. So that's how they see each other. See, leopards will have this black behind the ears, black tip of the tail for the same reason. See, that one is leading the way. It sounds like they were just listening, unless she's trying to go around. There's two crossing the road in that direction. Doesn't seem like there's really something there. Sorry, I didn't get that question. Can you come again with that question, Nakesh? Oh, wow. Yeah, that's a good question. Wherever they can, they'll remove the ticks just by using their teeth. Otherwise, you'll see lions grooming each other. So they help each other removing the ticks from places where they can't reach. But wherever they can scratch themselves by their hind legs, like behind the ears. But sometimes on the faces or in places where they can't reach, they do this grooming session every now and then, helping each other to remove the ticks away off each other. As you can see, that one is sitting up. Like I said earlier, these animals have these very amazing senses, like good sense of smell, hearing. She's sitting up there. I thought maybe there's nothing, maybe there's something that is there that we don't know, because she really doesn't want to come back in unless she wants to come and join the rest, and they're gonna move. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna follow these animals and see what they're after, because they're all gone into that bush now. If there was something, it seems to be moving slightly away from them. That's why all of them have gone into the bush. So we're gonna go in and see if we can follow them. As soon as they start stalking, then we're gonna switch off the vehicle and sit and wait, see what happens. Because you don't want to disturb them when they're really hunting like that. So let's see if they happen to spot something. And we just want to keep an eye on them as soon as we see where they are, and then we'll stop the vehicle. But it seems like they're just on the move. There's really nothing that they have seen. They may have heard something, but it seems to have moved away from them. So we're just going to try and find them again. As you can see, how quickly they can disappear through this bush. In a split second, we just lost them. So I'm hoping to find them quick. There is another road to our right-hand side. Unless they've just decided to go onto that road, we're going to try circle around onto the road and see if these animals have gone back to the road. Because if they're hunting, oh yes, one, I see one on my right. You see the grass is a bit tall here, so you just need to move carefully and then keep an eye on them, see which direction they're moving. There is one that's moving slightly behind this bush. Yeah, if there was something that they had, I think it's moved off. As you can see, they're just moving. This is how they would hunt once the sun has gone down. These animals will move and stop, listen. As I said, they've got very good senses, good sense of hearing, smell, as well as eyesight. So that's what they do. Walk and stop, listen. As soon as they hear something, then they will start stalking. It's very interesting, even if you don't see them taking anything down, but to follow them and watch how they do it. I got fascinated by that. Even if I hear the footsteps going on a chase, going to do. It's very scary, because sometimes if they chase something really big, like a giraffe or buffalo, you can hear this very loud footsteps, and you wonder which direction is the animal running. Is either running your way or running opposite direction. So you just hope to hear them taking something down, and you can quickly go over there and see what's happening. So I see that one looks like she's listening again. So far, that's the only one we can see from all those animals we saw earlier on crossing the road. That shows how quickly they move, and definitely show that they're hunting, because they're not moving in single file. If they were walking down the road, then they'll be walking in single file. As soon as they hear or spot something, then they'll separate. Each of them will go a different direction, try to circle the prey as much as they can, and then the chase will go on. But now, each of them is walking through this bush, trying to flush whatever they can in the direction of another lioness. If they get lucky, they catch something. If they're unlucky, they'll just move on and try. Yeah, I would say now it's just two breakaway prides. I won't call the others breakaway, because there's some adults with the white lions. Every now and then they still join, but yeah, it's very interesting question, because that's sort of like the same question that we ask, like if they ever gonna join forever, or this is just the beginning of the third split from this Birmingham pride. But so far, originally we have two splits from the original Birmingham pride, which is the Birmingham now and the Birmingham breakaway. It's only one split of the Birmingham breakaway, but now we don't know what's going to happen with these ones, because on and off they're with the pride. 3 days later they've gone away. So I'm just gonna carry on down, see if we don't lose these lions, and see what they're gonna do. Seems like there's another. Oh, there's one more that's just walking past. As I said earlier, these animals will be separated all the time. We're just gonna follow these animals and see what they do.
So we are still bumbling around, hoping to come across the lines we're hoping to find this afternoon. Still nothing, so we haven't given up yet. So we're still driving all roads and stop listening to the audio. But nothing still, so anything we're gonna find for now in terms of nocturnal animals, we're going to put it on a show. Any animals, any nocturnals, I will be really would love to see these genets. They're so quick as well, so they don't stick around much on the spotlight. Take another, maybe we're just gonna go static here, listen to any of these audio. So there's no audio of these lines, so finally we're gonna go down to Gary Dam there, have a look around.
Yeah, here we are on the road again. If you look straight ahead, you can see we've just managed to find these lines again. They're back on the road. It shows like whatever they were showing interested on seems to have moved further down. As you can see, they're all standing still, trying to see if they can hear whatever they were interested on, but it doesn't look like if it's the whole pride that's walking down the road. Some of them may be walking through these bushes. As I said earlier, they'll be walking down this road, and as soon as they hear something, they'll disappear quickly into the bushes. As you can see, there's two cubs trailing the adults from behind. As I mentioned earlier, this is a difficult situation with these young guys hunting together with the pride, because the parents will try and do it perfectly the way they know. As you can hear in a distance, it's gone quiet now. There was bushbuck alarm calling, but it seems to have gone quiet. Unfortunately, we can't hear it anymore. Yeah, I was saying it's a difficult situation with the adults hunting with these young ones, because they'll try and do it correct, and the young ones don't have patience to wait long enough, and then they tend to go in first and will ruin everything. So that's what makes it so difficult for these animals to catch something when they're on the hunt. So that's why they can go for a few days without food when they're hunting along with these cubs. Instead, when they're still young, then they'll just know to stay put. They'll lie in the same position, wait for the adults to go and do it as soon as they've taken something down, and then they'll quickly join in and eat. But now these guys, they're a little bit bigger, so they're in their learning session. That's why they can make it a bit difficult for the adults to hunt. Let's move further and see if we can find them again, because they're just gone around the corner. You never know, they may turn around the corner and then into the bushes, and that's it, we've lost them. So we're just going to slowly drive behind them, but we're not going to push them too much and let them do their own things, because this is about time these animals try to get something to eat. So we also get excited to see them on the move like this. We just hope they get something to eat, because you can't live without food. So some people not want to see anybody being killed by these lions. I mean, it's just, I always say, just like us, we can't live without food. If someone was not doing it for us, we were going to do it ourselves. So these animals are not killing for fun. They kill because they're hungry and they want to eat. So that's what they do. They'll be moving through through the night and all of a sudden get something to eat. So that's what they're gonna do. Also moving in the right direction because the wind was blowing slightly away from us in the opposite direction. So they're moving slightly into the wind. If there's something in front of us, the chances are they moving in the right direction. They just went around this corner here. It seems like they're not on the road. They may have just gone into the bushes. Otherwise, we're gonna carry on down the road because there was a corner here. As I said earlier, they may go around the corner and all of a sudden into the bushes and then you lost them. So if they're not here on the road, they've definitely gone to our right-hand side. There's a small riverbed and there's a game path that they may have gone through. So we're gonna quickly drive into the riverbed and hope they cross there because this is a very dense vegetation, Mopani vegetation on my right here. We won't be able to drive through there. So what we're gonna do, if they're not on the road, I'm quickly gonna drive down into the riverbed and see if we can watch them cross onto the other side. They definitely, oh, there they are. We just came onto the road, around the corner in front of us. You might see one is about to come onto the road. There we go. There's another one, which means they're still walking down the road and hoping to hear something in the bushes. That's when they're gonna go off into the bushes. Okay, there's another one coming. I was about to start the vehicle. Let's see if there's no more coming from behind, and we can follow them a little bit and hope that they catch something. Yeah, there might be some hyenas as well in the area because it's about time, and hyenas might follow them as well, hope that they'll get something, and then they may get lucky to get some of what the lions may have got, or just wait patiently for the lions to be done, and as soon as they leave, they know they'll be second to move into that area and get a piece of what the lions may have left behind. So that's what's fascinating, that if the lions kill something, it's not only for them. Hyenas are also going to get some of it, as well as vultures and jackals. It's not that they're just killing to feed themselves, unless it's an impala. Yes, obviously impala is not big enough to feed them all, and then obviously they're not going to leave something behind. But if it's something really big like a buffalo or a giraffe, then other animals may got something to eat from the same carcass as well, because the bones are going to be left behind, and then hyenas are going to come and clean up, as well as vultures. So we're just going to follow these lions for a short while. As you can see, they're moving down the road and hoping that something is going to happen.
It's day one of the annual South African Guide of the Year competition, and our first foot into this competition this morning is all about tracks and signs.
We're going to call you in one at a time. Just look at it, the information will be there.
Our 5 guides have been tasked by the judges at figuring out who is what is who, and where they go in the bush.
It's either Franklin or guinea fowl, but because of the volume of other deposits in the area, we went with guinea fowl.
Detailing the surrounding that you need to look out for tracks. The details is very important.
Goodness, look at its wobbly legs. Oh, I don't believe it. I can't believe we've actually seen it. Oh my goodness. Oh, careful, careful, careful. Oh no. Oh, it's okay, little one. Okay.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth Daily.
Yeah, there's one lioness that have just gone around the corner behind that bush there. But it looks like in the dark to our left there might be some animals that are lying in the long grass there. Oh, here we go. See them lying just next to each other and listening carefully. See if they can hear something, but it doesn't. Looks like they're interested in something. It shows that they're just listening to see if they can pick up audio of some prey species that they can try to go after, as the others have just gone down the road. This is what's going to happen through the night. These animals are going to walk, stop, lie down and rest. That's why when you're driving down the road, sometimes you'll find a spot where these animals have been lying down the road, just having a bit of rest. And then if they don't hear anything in the bushes, they'll get up and start to move again. So as you can see how still those ears are. They're just up and very still, hoping to pick up a sound from any of the prey species that's in the area, but nothing so far, it looks like. And they also looking in the direction of where the parents have headed. So soon they might get up and start walking towards where the parents have gone. So let's sit here for a while and watch these animals and see what they do. Excuse me. See, that one is looking in that direction, possibly heads. Had something. So yeah, this is really interesting. And even if they don't find anything, but it's really interesting to watch them like that. But these are the 2 young ones. They finally have decided to lie there and wait for the adults to go ahead. They possibly have realized the mistake they're doing from walking in front of the parents, because the adults know what they're doing, but these guys are not that experienced as yet. Yeah, they're capable to catch something small for them if they're lucky, but I'd say 9 out of 10 times they won't catch anything for themselves because they don't have that experience. So they possibly have just realized that they need to wait and watch the parents how they do it. So we're just going to sit with them and wait for the adults down the road, because if something happens, we'll either hear, or what's going to happen, we'll just see these guys get up quickly and run in the direction of where the parents are. So these guys are definitely going to lead us to wherever it happened. So there's no way that we'll miss and not get to where they have killed something, because these guys are going to take us exactly to where they are. As you can see, that other guy is falling asleep there. So it's just realize that he's going to have to be patient, wait long enough, even though the night is going to be long for him. Yeah, but if time comes, he might get up and walk towards where the adults are. Sometimes they might end up here until the parents come back for them, if they feel like staying here, because they're a little bit safe. Because in the day they were with the male, I didn't see the male with them. The male, they possibly know as well that the male is coming from behind, so they're still a bit safe. Even if the hyenas want to come to this area, they are between the females, and the male may be behind them for security purposes. So they're still a bit safe. So it's not that they've just been left behind by the parents. You never know. There may be one female behind them, of which, yeah, like I always say, these animals will know something that we don't, but definitely the male is behind them. Yeah, it's definitely sound of more animals. Oh, there they are. I was going to say I can hear more cubs making noises from behind us. Or, like I said earlier, there might be more animals from behind us. Here they are, joining the rest. That shows the male is also behind us. So definitely these animals are cubs, but they're safe. As you see, they're walking between the females, and the male is definitely behind us, or behind them, because he was with them in the day, and he's not with any of these animals that we saw walking past, so he's definitely behind these animals. So we're just hoping. Yeah, so this was a beautiful afternoon. I mean, to me, watching those wild dogs moving again, come back and see these lions and catch up with them while they're on the move, this is the night that you can't beat. I mean, watching lions, it's always nice, but to see them moving is even better. Top up with the wild dogs, that was a great afternoon.